Well, good morning. I guess we'll call to order this budget meeting for the town of Saugeen Shores. Welcome to everyone in the chambers. And the first order of business is a declaration of pecuniary interest. And if you have one, you can declare it now or when it arises on the agenda. I'll remind you of your responsibility. Nothing, and I'm going to start, I guess, with the CEO, but I'm just going to few words. As we go through this each year, this is really a learning experience, and will be a learning experience for all of us. It gives you an understanding of where a whole bunch of money that the town goes and spends in a whole different range of areas. And I know that our department heads and staff in general put a great deal of time and effort into preparing this budget. They presented with lots of options, and in the end, we're going to end up with some choices and selections and priorities, and we'll have a budget at the end. But I don't think we need to really rush anything. If you've got any questions about particular items, by all means raise your hand and we'll get those answered. But I want it, like I say, I've done this many times and it continues to even be a learning experience for me. So hopefully it'll be a very productive day, and I'll turn it over to the CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And following up on your comments, it certainly will be a learning experience for the folks around the table. And I wanted to point out that this is, in fact, Kate's first budget as well. So there will be some learning that occurs up here as we go through the process today. The format that you have is slightly different than we presented previously, but we think we made some improvements that help you see the future year's projects in a more clear fashion. You have 180 pages of material here, and as the Mayor notes, we're not expecting conclusions today. I hope this is an opportunity to exchange ideas, understand what Council wants to see when we presume that staff will be told to go back and revise and resubmit this with a forecast that more clearly aligns with where the contribution from the tax levy should be. I'll turn it over to Kate at this point to do a bit of an overview, and then we'll get into the individual department budgets one at a time.
Thank you. Good morning. So I'm just going to do a quick overview and sort of walk through the binder, how it's set up. Each department has prepared or has a slide up for the PowerPoint presentation. So each of those department heads will be walking through their specific slides and then discussing the recommendations that are in the capital budget that's attached. So getting started, I'll just sort of go through the first part of the binder. I'm just on page 4. The draft presentation shows our 5-year capital plan and then our 2015 recommended capital projects. These capital plans and recommended projects were prepared by each department head. We sent out the template. They were filled in using historical or past budgets and past multi-year capital plans individually. Then we met with each of those department heads, myself and Larry, and we walked through every line item. Once we had an idea of sort of the priorities and which items were going to be recommended, we consolidated all those budgets and we met as a group with all of management and we looked at the capital budget as a whole. We assigned priorities, which I will get to in a bit. One thing to point out is that the budget as it's presented is our first take. However, not everything is on here. There are lots of needs that are not currently identified in the budget. Nothing is set in stone, so I hope that today there will be lots of discussion, additions, deletions, moving things to different years, changing the priorities, so I welcome your comments. And at any point through this process, if you want to stop us and ask a question, please do that rather than waiting till the end so that we can address things as we go along. So if you look at page 5, this is sort of the summary page of the entire budget. As you can see at the bottom, it's quite small, but we've got the 1.25 million. That's sort of our goal capital spending, and that represents a dedicated 1% tax increase to capital over last year. So last year's capital spending, I believe, was about 1.13. Right now, the program that is presented exceeds that 1.25 million amount by 750,000. So we're over the 1.9 million is over our current expectation of what we'll get to by 750. The form also shows all the different funding sources for each of the projects. So we've got your reserves, your water, wastewater, grants. I'll talk about those in the next few slides. The total capital spending that's recommended, highlighted in the green column, is the $8.9 million figure. So as I just mentioned, my understanding is that there has been an informal commitment from previous council to increase the dedicated tax levy spending to capital by 1% each year, and that has happened every year or around that since 2010. With no adjustments, the tax levy funded capital that we see here, as I've just said, is proposed to increase to $2.5 million. And that includes the contribution to the fleet reserve that we will see in the operating budget, which is up from $1.7 million in 2014. This represents an $800,000 increase, or 7.6%. Management's recommendation is that Council approve the total tax funding capital and reserve contributions to 1.85, and as I said, that's the 1.25 million plus our transfer for reserves of approximately 600,000, which is a 1.3% increase over 2014. So if we didn't adjust this capital budget and our 7.6% increase went forward, that would amount to an additional, on average, $93 per household. If we can get this down to the 1.3%, it would translate to a tax increase of approximately $16 annually. So just to highlight each of the main sources of funding, the impact on reserves, and there is a page of this further along that I'll get to. The impact of reserves is approximately $1.5 million. Almost $1 million of this represents funding from the fleet reserve for the current fleet program. We are recommending to borrow $230,000 from the future capital projects reserve, and that will be repaid in the future. Along with that, we're recommending $108,000 in permanent funding, so it won't be repaid to the future capital projects reserve. The continuity of reserve funds, as I just said, is in your package. I believe it's page 6 and 7, so I will walk through that when we get to that page. Water and wastewater rates. The total funding from water and sewer rates towards capital is $575,000 and $845,000. These are up from $560,000 and $760,000 in 2014. The water and sewer rates that we recommended and were ultimately approved to go forward to council last night will fund this proposed spending. So no additional debt or drawdown from either one of those reserves will be required in 2015. The total amount budgeted for donations and grants is approximately $740,000, and the two major components of this are our federal gas tax, which is about $395,000 for 2015, as well as the OCIF formula-based grant, which is new in 2015. I do have an information report coming to our next council meeting regarding that, and that is stable funding that we know for sure we will be getting for the next 3 years, $220,000 a year. Both of these grants are quite specific as to which sorts of projects they can be spent on. Their focus is mostly on core infrastructure, so roads, bridges, water, wastewater. And we'll talk about that when we get into the actual engineering detailed budgets. The program that you see in front of you has new debt of about $2.3 million, and that is for two placeholders that are in here. There's the implementation of the Waterfront Master Plan, the first phase, which we did see last night, as well as some upgrades to the pool facility. So if this $2.3 million were to go forward, and using the interest rate that's currently being offered by Infrastructure Ontario and a 10-year repayment term, the increase on the operating levy for repayment of principal and interest would be $260,000, and that represents a 2.5% increase on the tax rate. This would amount to $30.65 annually on the average household if that new debt was approved by council. And then development charges. We do have a specific reserve that we draw development charges from. The current program includes $540,000 funding from development charges. However, if we do decide to defer any of these projects that are growth related, we don't give up those funds. They remain in the reserve and can be used for the same project until the future date that it's going to be completed. So yeah, just look back to the binder. This sort of is what your page 4 looks like, a little bit different, cut and paste into a PDF. But we basically have for each department what the total spending recommended. This isn't just the tax levy, this is total spending over the next 5 years and including last year. The next page is your summary page. So we've got our recommended projects in green and then the different funding sources in all of those categories. The column that Council will want to focus on here is the taxation column. So that is the impact on the tax levy that each of these projects has. For some of these projects, for instance, if you look at water and sewer, there is no impact on the tax levy. Those are fully self-funded departments. They're funded from the reserve. Not doing one of those projects will not impact the funding that we're looking for. And then in the front of your package, we have provided a page, I believe it's in the front, of our priorities that we've assigned as we get into the detail. We've put this in the front so you can take it out and have that handy if you want to look at it as we go through the rest of the budget. While these are sort of a grading, whereas A is first priority and E is the nice to do, doesn't necessarily mean that we like all the A's and we don't like the E's. We needed some sort of system to identify that. These are not set in stone either. Council has the ability to reassign priorities if you believe they should be different. That's no problem. These were just staff's recommendations, and I hope that they will offer Council some assistance when it comes to prioritizing projects between each other. Before I get to the information technology, I'll just point out on page 6 and 7, I have included the reserve continuity schedule. So this shows what all of our reserves are, the transactions that are budgeted to take place in 2014. Some of these are known at this point. Some of them are still uncertain until we have the final costs. And then we have the estimated balance at the end of this year. And then so the budgeted transactions based on the budget that we've presented here, as well as our draft operating budget for next year, and then what our estimated balance of reserves will be at the end of 2015. If you look at the second page, the total balance in reserves is expected to grow slightly from 2014 to 2015, and I believe that is our goal, is to keep that stable, if not slightly increasing each year. Page 8 will look familiar to some of you. This is our current year capital progress. It just shows the status of each capital project from the 2014 capital budget, how much we've spent compared to budget, and what the status of those projects is. There is a column here, carry forward, the second last column, and that identifies any items that may not be complete in 2014. So these are additional items that will be ultimately added to the 2015 budget if they're not complete or not started or deferred, and we want to keep them in there for next year.
Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just, so Kate, on the, well, two questions, I guess. One, with regard to the pages you were just looking at and the grand total, do we have any idea, or when will you have an idea of whether there will be a capital surplus from the 2014 fiscal year?
It's difficult to say that right now. A lot of the big projects are those roads and engineering projects, so we still are waiting for more invoices to come in to see where we are there. As I presented in November, we are looking at an operating deficit. So if there is a surplus in capital, which I do expect there will be, it's definitely not in a deficit position. council will have the decision whether or not that surplus gets applied against the operating surplus, or if perhaps those monies get set aside in specific reserves for other future capital projects.
So we anticipate that we'll have those numbers before the budget process is complete.
Before the operating budget, we should have a better idea.
Okay. I want another comment, Mr. Mayor, is one number that isn't included in the reserves is the $400,000 that we're likely to receive from the NWMO should council pass a resolution to establish the reserve for that money. So that it doesn't appear, at least I didn't see it appear in what was presented there, and I just make that statement for council's information. And the other thing, the question I had was with regard to the reserve balances and the tax stabilization reserve, the $95,000 being drawn. So that, just so I'm clear, that what's being recommended somewhere in here is $95,000 to be taken from the tax stabilization reserve and applied against capital. That's where that's being used.
That's actually going to be applied in the draft operating budget that will be presented in January.
Okay, it's just the column is capital transfers from reserve, so I guess I'm just misunderstanding the
title is slightly inappropriate, I suppose.
Okay, very good. Thank you,
It
Mr.
should
Mayor.
be all transfers, yeah.
Councillor Mike Myatt.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kate, I'm just wondering, with our debenture payment schedule, is it typical that we would debenture payments over 10 years, 15 years? Does it vary from project to project, or what does our debenture schedule look like? And that's the first question. Well, maybe answer that question first, then I'll ask a second if I could.
The term of the debenture is very much up to council. Often you'll try to somewhat match the term with the expected benefits of the asset. Some of these very long-term assets, you wouldn't want to see it go the entire time. But with a facility, for example, a 15 to 20-year debenture may be more appropriate, whereas once we get to that section, you'll see that the $230,000 debenture that we're proposing for this year, internal, but that's for a piece of equipment. So the 10-year term is likely more appropriate in that case. One thing to keep in mind is if you do extend the term of the debenture, your interest rates go up quite quickly and significantly. So your payments don't necessarily halve when you double the term.
Okay. Second question I had was pertaining to. I'm wondering if we could, if I may be able to request a copy of the debenture repayment schedule to see what it's just for interest. Take a look at what's coming off in the next 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, where we're at with paying down some of our debt. Is that schedule available that we could be shared with council?
Do you want to answer it? You can get it out of the audited financial statements. It will tell you what our commitments are over the long term.
For each project?
It won't tell you which projects are. It'll tell you what the debenture. You'd have to find out what in the audited financial statements. It'll tell you what the debenture payments are. It doesn't relate back to say this one is particularly for the Earl Center or this one's particularly for the Southampton Sewer Centers. But you'll get the numbers and the mature dates and the annual repayments, and those are online. You can get them online.
What I was looking for is each individual project to see which project's coming off in 2018, 19, 20, 20.
Well, you'd have to come back and talk to staff about that and see which ones are.
If I could meet with you sometime,
Sure.
Kate, I wouldn't mind taking a look at that.
I could suggest as well, I know we do have those schedules ready, so perhaps for the next budget meeting we can provide that schedule for everyone.
The third question I had is relating to LED lighting, and I'm not sure whether we will discuss this later. It's in this first couple pages of your report, but I think we've invested $1 million in street lighting this year, and I think it's a 10-year. I guess that's my question: is the payback for LED lighting? We're transferring to reserves, I think, $125,000, $140,000 per year. What's the payback for an initiative like that you mentioned in your first part of your report for LED lighting that we invested $1 million in this year?
I think it was, maybe Dave can answer that. Do you know, Dave? Did you hear the question all right?
Yes.
I think it was around 6 to 7 years or 7 years.
Actually, OPA just changed the funding formula. That project was stopped and restarted. It was going to be even better than what was presented to council previously. I don't have those exact figures, but we did quite a few lights, and then OPA changed it because we still needed to get the energy savings.
Okay.
So they enticed more communities, and we stopped our project and restarted it.
Okay. And the last part of that.
But just for clarity, I think the original was 7 years, right? Estimated 7-year payback, so it should be better than 7 years, Mike.
So the last part of that question is 7-year payback. Dave, if I could through you, Mr. Mayor, to Dave, what is the life expectancy of LED lighting before you replace them again?
They're saying about 10 years.
10 years?
Now, it's new technology, so we'll have to see how it does, but that's what the framework is.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I just want to point out one thing, and although you'll see the new debenture funding sort of as a revenue source in our capital budget, those annual payments to repay the debt will show up in our operating budget. So we don't see those LED repayments in the capital budget that's presented today.
Councillor Minaj.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The West Ontario Power Reserve, can I get some explanation as to, I'm going to make an assumption that it's funded by them because we're partners, but is there a background document that says what that reserve is being held for?
That is sort of an accounting, a way of showing the balance. So what that represents is our investment in West Ontario. So we have both a sort of debt investment and an equity investment, and that represents the balance of both. And that's just sort of accounting. You need to have a credit to match the debit, and this would be the credit entry to match that debit entry, the investment that's sitting on our balance sheet. It is not cash. It is held in the investment.
Deputy Mayor Hubert.
Thank you. Kate just made a comment that I just want her to repeat so that we hear it again. You made a comment about if we choose to do something that sets up a debenture, so it would appear as though we're spending, let's say, for example, $10 million on a capital project. If you do it as a debenture, though, the amount in future years doesn't show up in the capital budgets, it shows up in the operating budget. So it's really important that people understand that. So can you just repeat that in a more succinct way than I just said it?
I'm not sure, but yeah, we do calculate what our annual repayments are, and what you'll see is the principal and interest component on an annual basis will increase the burden on the operating budget going forward. So if we're all set, I'm just going to move ahead to page 16. This is our information technology. Our attempt is to have this capture the IT-related investments for the entire town, not just administration or just what we consider key IT. And so the first page would be our IT 5-year plan. In 2014, we did undertake a bit of an IT review. We had a consultant come in and take a look at our information technology current operations and come up with a master plan with some recommendations for the future. Those have not all been reflected here just yet. We used his recommendations thus far to populate the 2015 budget, but we still have to discuss the longer-term recommendations that he made and fill out those remainder 4 years. So I would say that this is definitely a work in progress and not complete at this point. The next page shows our current 2015 recommendations, so page 17. Just to give you an idea of the priority system that we used. For instance, we are recommending a backup and backup and disaster recovery plan. So currently the town does not have an off-site cold site ready to go, as well as proper backups that are held off-site that could easily be recovered and get us back into operations if we were to lose some of our data. We've shown that as an A, so we consider that a top priority. Whereas there's also a clerk scanner on here. Not doing the scanner would not limit our operations, which is why we've put a C priority on that. It doesn't necessarily mean that we don't like the scanner as much as the disaster recovery plan, but those are sort of how we apply the priorities to each of those projects. So I'll just walk through each one. we've got the summary page, and then behind that we'll have all these detail, I call them rationale worksheets, and they just show sort of a little bit more detail about the project, why we need to do it, and where the funding is to come from, as well as any impact on future years' operating expenditures. So the replacement computers, there's not really necessarily specified computers at this point or other hardware. It's sort of a lump sum, $10,000. That is slightly less than it has been in the past, and that would include replacement of any hardware, desktops, monitors, small equipment, and small software purchases as well. The clerk's scanner is to be compatible with the document storage software that we acquired in 2013. The Weaves Analytics module. This is a piece of software. It will be used for our asset management plan and asset management operations going forward. This is a new module that integrates with existing asset management software that we've already purchased, as well as it should integrate with our Keystone software. And what it does is it helps us generate reports on the data that is held within the software. It sets up dashboards. It's very user-friendly, creating pie charts, and basically any information that a user would look for in real time. The estimated cost is $15,000. However, 2/3 of that is funded from water and wastewater, with the rationale that at this point the asset management plan basically is 1/3 roads, that sort of infrastructure, and 2/3 water and wastewater infrastructure. So to fund the project, the 2/3 from the utilities is appropriate. The next item we have is the replacement of some XP workstations. In the review, the IT consultant that came in did come around and look at all of our workstations, and they identified 13 workstations that are still running on the old XP operating system. As you may or may not be aware, that operating system is no longer supported by Microsoft as of April of 2014. So they're not getting patches and security updates, and therefore these workstations are susceptible to attack by viruses and malware. One good thing is that most of these workstations are at remote sites and they are not connected to our network, so they don't represent a real threat to the data and everything that's held at the municipal office. It is still important that they get replaced if we want them to continue to function appropriately, so we've allocated $6,700 to replace not all of those, but the ones that we need, and then the other ones will be taken out of service. The next three projects are sort of all linked together. Server infrastructure, we do have a server, a Microsoft 2003 server that is still in use, but it won't be supported, much like XP, as of July 2015. So we're recommending that we do replace that server with an additional server 2012 license in 2015. That ties into our backup and disaster recovery program. Currently, the procedure for backing up databases is not comprehensive. We do not have a complete backup of all of our primary drives and all of our data at Town Hall. There's also no disaster recovery plans, so in the event that something were to happen to this building and we were forced to change operations to another location, we wouldn't necessarily have everything that we need to be up and running in a couple days or even a couple weeks. So this would, in our proposal, we're recommending, or it has been recommending, that we use the Port Elgin Fire Hall as our cold site. All of our backups are housed there, and in the event that we couldn't use this building, we could go there and access basically the day before and be up and running within a day, rather than currently right now where we'd be looking at several weeks, and if we would even be able to recover everything. The total cost for this project is significant, around $44,000. However, we are recommending that we draw some of the money from the EOP reserve, which has been built up with funding from Bruce Power specifically for disaster planning. And then the other major project within IT is for remote connectivity, and this is important for disaster planning as well as just our ongoing operations. So through their discussion with staff, our IT consultant did identify a clear need to be able to connect remote sites back to the network databases at the municipal office. So this is particularly pertinent for the campground, the harbor, the fire station, the pool, the police station, just to create some sort of connectivity so that they can access Keystone, our financial information software, HMS, which is our harbor and campground administration software, as well as our network drives where we save all of our data. Currently, staff, when they do want to access the municipal building, they're using applications such as LogMeIn and Dropbox. LogMeIn is basically a monitor sharing software, so you log in and you take control of your monitor in one location from another. It's very slow and it's very insecure. Dropbox also is notoriously insecure. It's an online application that you can use to share large files. So this project clearly ties into our backup and discovery plan, as we need to create that connection with the fire hall at the very least, but it would be nice to do all of our locations. One thing we discussed, which is not addressed here, is that this project could ultimately be expanded to provide Wi-Fi across this municipality and to other locations. The current budget for this is around $36,500, and it is to be fully funded from the tax levy. Is there any questions about IT-related recommendations at this point?
Councillor Madison.
Are the municipal computers replaced on a schedule, or is it by need? Like, do we go 3, 4, 5 years, or is it by...
As of right now, it's very much on an as-needed basis. We are looking through the IT plan. It's not addressed here, but we are looking to get onto a proper replacement schedule that makes sure we are replacing computers at the end of their warranty and that we're making the most efficient decisions about which computers to replace and when.
Councillor Minaj.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Does the Port Elgin Fire Hall have a dedicated standby power unit there? Thank you.
All right, I'll move on to administration. It's page 25 in your binder. So we are recommending that we continue with the annual allotment of $7,500 towards office furniture. There hasn't necessarily been specific furniture replacements identified. However, each year we do have needs to replace chairs and workstations as needed, as well as additional filing, storage space, etc. The $7,500 is consistent with what we budgeted for last year, and it can be adjusted, but that's what we're recommending for next year as well.
Vice Deputy Mayor Huber.
Can I just for confirmation, I noticed on this one it indicated that the funding was...
The next project is page 28, and this is an item that's fairly important to the senior staff group. It's an update to the pay equity plan and an update to our organizational review, which is approaching 10 years old. We have a legal obligation to maintain pay equity, and we can say with some confidence we were in compliance somewhere after the consolidation of the three communities, but we think we've gone a little bit off track since, and I think it's important that we bring that back in the next year or two. And in addition to that, the organizational review, as noted, is about 10 years old, and we have made some success in implementing the recommendations, and there continues to be some resource pressures in a couple of departmental areas, and we are very anxious to have some assistance to update that going forward. The next item on page 29 is a placeholder, essentially, and we're waiting for some direction from Council in the next couple of weeks or so in terms of what they want to see in terms of a strategic plan or goal-setting exercise, and we can refine this number when we get a scope of work more clearly defined. We'll simply provide a place to provide funding for that project when we confirm what direction Council wants to take in that regard.
Councillor Grace.
I know that the CAW land purchase is deferred, but can you explain what that is?
It actually predates me. It's been around for a while. We have had a desire for a number of years to acquire a parcel of land to extend a trail through in that particular area. It's something that we had some initial discussion with the CAW about, and for a couple of reasons a few years ago we deferred trying to pursue it. We in fact had a meeting with them in the last 3 or 4 months to confirm that they were still interested in proceeding, and we did get a positive indication from them. Frankly, had they said no, we're not interested in going forward, we probably would have dropped it from the budget that you see in front of you. But from our point of view, it makes strategic sense to acquire the land, and provided they're still willing to talk to us, we hope we can bring it to a conclusion in 2015. With your permission, we'll move on to the downtown projects.
Any other questions? One.
So, through you, Mr. Mayor, just in terms of clarification, and I'm on page 30, what you have in front of you are 4 proposed projects. They emanate from the working groups that were established by county staff to work on our toolkits that council approved in 2014. These are essentially endorsed by the downtown BI or the Port Elgin BIA and the former steering committee for the Southampton BIA. Those 2 working groups, for explanation purposes, are in fact going to be incorporated into subcommittees of the BIA starting in January 2015. So the organizational structure that we deal with will be a little more aligned going forward. But these were specifically brought forward by those groups. They are asks of the town in terms of funding, so they are not proposed to be jointly funded or partnered with either respective BIAs. And they were reviewed by the Downtown Revitalization Committee in September and endorsed for presentation to council here. So in terms of the 4 that are put forward, there is $10,000 proposed for additional street furniture in Port Elgin. And there is the suggestion that the town should be proceeding with the gateway signs for Port Elgin. And this project also goes back a number of years, and it has been pretty clear that we need some sort of gateway sign feature. The number that's in the budget is that which was originally proposed by the consultant that did the study about 5 years ago. And you'll see on the summary sheet on page 30 that they're talking about doing 1 per year for the next 3 years. So $40,000 was the proposed price then for the signs. We are aware that a number of the communities have implemented these signs for much less money than that. So if the concept is supported in principle, what I expect we're going to do is try and refine that price and bring you back something that's a little bit tighter for the next revision of the budget. But this is what they have proposed that council spend on these projects for the next number of years. In terms of Southampton, there is also the suggestion that there be additional street furniture, and their proposed signage is slightly different. The Corbin study talked about a delineator or a marker to try and indicate to passers-by where you've entered the downtown core. So their item for $10,000 is in fact not gateway signage, because we have that existing at the entrances to Southampton at the moment, but they are looking for a downtown marker sign at the various entrances to the downtown from the 3 different directions. And from an overall point of view, at the same Downtown Revitalization Committee where these particular projects were endorsed, there was also a request that Council allocate additional funds to try and implement the Port Elgin Streetscape Plan. And in the Community Services section of your budget, you will see that there is a proposed expenditure for the police parkette, which would further that objective. And in the Public Works section of the budget, You also see that there's a proposed project for a partnership with the BIA for some street lighting on Godrich Street, which would also further that objective. So at the end of the day, there's 2 additional projects that are kind of in line with this that are in the other departmental budgets, plus these 4 projects which they are asking that the council fund directly.
If I might, it might be interesting to see that. I mean, I will get to it, but I think we need a total, some idea of how much money we're spending in each of that.
We can manage that at the end.
Councillor Minaj.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I note that these sheets, these individual sheets, for example, page 32, halfway through the sheet, there's a bold-typed estimated incremental effect on future operating budgets. And there is no completion data for that here. So every time we put something new in place, like gateway signs or benches, excuse me, there's a setup, storage, there's cleaning, there's painting, there's cutting the grass, there's replanting the flowers, and so on and so forth that tends to happen along with these items. So how and when will we estimate what it takes to, and then drop this into the asset management plan, that if you purchase a bunch of gateway signs to our community, they're only going to last so many years, so they would enter the asset management plan, they would have to be replaced after life expectancy. Where is all that information coming from, and when will we see those areas populated? Thank you.
As we go through, you will see with some of the projects when there is incremental and known additional amounts required, we have shown them, or savings. Often you are correct that there is maintenance required when we buy new assets, street furniture, stuff like that. Unless we would require to hire an additional staff person, we haven't necessarily shown that there will be an allocation of expenses. It would be when there's incremental spending that we've actually put that into these specific sheets. That being said, you are correct. There is absolutely maintenance required with any capital asset.
One follow-up question. I'm very much interested in the gateway signs, and I think that my head says there's probably at least 9, if there's not more, required, because we have 3 communities within the town of Saugeen Shores. So I would have expected to see one design concept that we're going to implement that says along the lines of, and I know you had this discussion, and I know that I said something about it at the time, that you are now entering Port Elgin, which is a community of Saugeen Shores. You are now entering Saugeen Township, or Southampton, which is a community of Saugeen Shores. And I know that there's some controversy maybe behind some of that, but I would like to have seen, like I think was already suggested or asked, the overall plan, the implementation plan, and I don't know that I'm in support of 1 per year as opposed to seeing maybe all of them done at once, knowing that number could be higher, but that it's important to label everyone at the same time being a community of Saugeen Shores.
Well, just to say, the fellow that sat in that chair before you argued that every year. And if we do it this year, he made very forceful arguments about the same thing, Neil. And eventually it'll just come down to money. Are you willing to spend $40,000 per sign times 9 and add that into the thing? I think at the end of the budget process, or at the end of the day, there we're going to start to look at some priorities and see which ones rise to the top and which ones don't. Vice Deputy Mayor Hubert.
I think we should all carve little things in the desk here of what we care about so that Cheryl can continue what I used to talk about, because you just continued what Fred used to always say. Thank you, by the way, for continuing to number the pages. This was a Laurie Swigger introduction that has made this process so much better. So my comment, though, is the item street furniture for Southampton. Last night we had a wonderful report about ideas for downtown Southampton. We also have had some recent success with the idea of a pilot project with the bump outs, the blue paint on the sidewalk. I guess I'm of the opinion that it's good for us to imagine allocating some funds for quote-unquote downtown Southampton. I would like, though, for it to be a little more flexible so that some of the ideas perhaps that are in that report that we had last night, that we could maybe try some things. For example, street furniture. Yeah, we've got some familiarity with benches and chairs, but there were some concepts in that report, for example, that sunset seating that, I guess I'm more of the opinion that I think if we allocate some funds, perhaps without being as specific, it might set up some opportunity to do a couple of pilots to introduce some concepts to get some excitement and energy and buy-in, because chairs and benches are not particularly thrilling. They look nice, but some of those other things that were in those reports are the thrillers. And so my comment is that I think it's good for us to consider allocating some funds for a number of things in downtowns, but perhaps there's some opportunity to provide those funds to try some things that are perhaps new, as opposed to designating the funds very specifically for something, because that report had some interesting ideas. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of comments as Chairman of DRAC. I can say, I just reiterate sort of what Larry said, that these recommendations before you came directly from the downtown committees. They are their requests, and so I think that they have merit just on that basis. Just a comment with regard to what Councilman Minaj said. I think you're right. I think what we need to do is to see these numbers refined. I think we've seen this $40,000 figure come back and come back and come back, and we'll never fund it at $40,000 a sign. We just won't. So, but it doesn't. That number doesn't need to. That isn't the number. And we need to get the number refined. We need to get it to come back. I would really like to see us take up Larry's suggestion and direct staff to come back in the next round of this capital budget with better numbers on the gateway sign, so we can get a clear figure, so we can move forward the right way. And these are based on the other important thing to note is in terms of the comments about design or where they should be or what they should look like. We have the signs in the hopper. They've been designed. They're part of the Corbin report, which came out. Larry said 5 years ago. It feels like longer than that, but it came out quite a while ago. But so we have the signs we're talking about here anyway are designed and ready to go. And so I think it's just a question of getting better numbers and looking at how to move forward with them. So I would really like to see us make that a priority, maybe a B instead of an E. And finally, with regard to street furniture, I just say that I think that there's a better way for us to go forward on street furniture than this method in terms of directly funding new benches, where we would have to go back and come up with a design for benches. And there's a lot of work yet to do. We don't have all that information yet to know even what to buy for benches. But I think that we could look at, I think we should be looking at the opportunity to use this street furniture issue as an opportunity to partner up with the Spruce the Bruce program and do some direct granting to business owners to buy street furniture for themselves. We heard as part of the Roger Brooks report that benches in front of storefronts in downtowns are very important, and that they are a great benefit both to businesses and they provide a public asset in terms of a place for people to sit. And I think that there would be a number of benefits to this municipality finding a few dollars to get on board with that program and connecting up to it. So that's how I would prefer to see us move forward. I can't say right now whether there'd be money for that, but I think I would prefer to see us head in that direction, and that maybe would give us the flexibility that the Vice Deputy Mayor talks about in terms of providing a flexible approach to the municipality where we are being less prescriptive about what's going to go on the streetscape and being more and handing it back more and more. We now have these strong and aggressive BIAs in both Southampton and in Port Elgin, and we could, they're there, they're the grassroots. We could make fewer decisions about these things here and provide flexible support to those groups to really take the lead and make decisions about the direction or the future of those core areas. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Mike Myatt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just building on Deputy Mayor Charbonneau's comments and Councillor Minaj in pertaining to gateway signage, may I respectfully request that if staff are directed to come up with more firm costing relating to gateway signage, and I also understand it's $40,000 a sign, it comes down to dollars and cents, and where does it sit in the list of priorities? And it sits as an E right now. I too like to see it as a B or a C and speed the process up a little bit. But may I request that, from a Saugeen Township perspective, when you're entering into this community, I think people realize you're coming into Port Elgin and Southampton into a urban quote community, but Saugeen Township, I think, when staff are doing the planning around looking for costing, could I request that Saugeen Township be at least included in the research process in terms of what it would cost to install 3 signs at the 3 key locations coming into the community? We may or may not install those signs, but I would at least like to request that, when we're looking for the signage costs for Port Elgin, that we also ask for that costing and layout design for Saugeen Township, if we could. Thank you.
Go ahead, Vice Deputy Mayor Hebert.
Kate, can you just remind me and us of, there's at the bottom of the column here, it says $70,000. What does $70,000 represent in terms of a percentage on the tax levy?
3/4.
Pardon?
3/4 of 1%.
3/4 of 1%. Thank you.
We roughly use the 100,000 is the 1% increase, roughly. So just before we get into fire, I'll just point out that for the next few slides, each department has their 5-year plan and then their specific recommendations. Each department may decide to speak to their 5-year plan. They may not, but they're absolutely open for discussion as we go through them. And if Council were to make adjustments, move projects ahead or change the order, that's no problem. These 5-year plans will be amended as we go forward. So the next presentation and section of the report is from Fire.
Beginning on page 36 is the 5-year plan. We arrived at that 5-year plan through the Master Fire Planning process that was updated last year, and previous budgets. They get shuffled a little bit as the needs arise, but that's our best estimate of the next 5 years. In 2015, we're recommending 7 projects. 3 of them are reoccurring projects that we've either started in previous years or we spread out over a couple of years. That's the hose replacement, as well as the digital radio equipment. And when we looked at those assets, they're very large pooled assets, we decided we could handle replacing them over several years to keep the cost down on a yearly basis. I think we're in year 5 or 6 of the digital radio replacement and year 4 of the hose replacement at this point. The next reoccurring project is the overhead doors at Station 60, Port Elgin Fire Hall. We have done all the doors at the Southampton Fire Hall over the past years, and the front doors at Port Elgin got done last year, and we'd like to finish the back door to realize some energy savings and update the original doors. The next project is a rather large project. It's replacement of all of our self-contained breathing apparatus. And some of council will be aware we did what we could last year to try to refurbish our SCBA and extend the life of them by 4 to 5 years. That was pivotal on a donation of used equipment from Bruce Power. That donation did not become a reality to us, and we were not able to refurbish and extend the life of our SCBA. It wasn't going to buy us a lot more years, but it would replace some of the rubber gaskets and allow us to keep our packs in service a little longer. The SCBA is a very, very important piece of equipment, firefighting-wise, safety to the firefighter. Our existing air packs were built to a 1997 standard, and they're 15 years old this year. And we see a lot of failure in them. Not catastrophic failure, not a massive immediate threat to health and safety. However, we have a lot of repair costs annually to keep them in service. And what we are recommending is moving from low pressure to high pressure, which is much more the standard today. Replacing our packs all at once, unlike those other projects I just mentioned, for training and standardization of equipment. It's a project that we have to do all at once. We can't phase in because the equipment isn't always compatible with each other. But fund it from reserves, future capital projects reserve, and pay it back out of operating over 10 years. And the numbers are on the worksheet of what that would look like. And with interest, it's over $22,000. But we will realize some savings out of operating for all the money that we're spending on keeping our packs alive now. It won't be $22,000, but it'll contribute to some of that.
Councillor Minaj.
So, Mr. Mayor, the total number of SCBA pack equipment for the 2 fire stations? Yeah.
It's a huge project. It's not just about the packs, it's also the face pieces that go with them, and people have different face sizes, so they need those. And it's the bottles cause a lot of expense too. You need a primary bottle, and then you need a backup bottle after the firefighter comes out to change the initial bottle. Plus, we need our RIP packs, adapters to our existing air fill station. This is a complete package. This is all of the equipment. But in short, to answer your question, I believe this budget number is based on 40 packs, 20 per station.
I had lots more, but I'm going to let that go for now. Thanks.
Vice Deputy Huber.
Thanks for mentioning that people have different face sizes. For the newer councillors, you might remember when we replaced gear, we ran into some extra expenses because some of the gear had to be for tall guys because we had some tall guys. I'm curious to know, though, and this is really a Kate question, what would make us determine that funding for this would come from future capital projects reserves or fire equipment reserves? Why would we not make a decision that this is vital enough that it should be allocated to the tax levy? Well, how do we make those calls in the budget process? I'm just curious how you arrived at that. Thank you.
When we sat down as a group, we knew that we were going to be over budget. We were going to have more capital than we would have money for. So we were looking for projects where they fit sort of the rationale for borrowing and borrowing from ourselves specifically, as well as which operating budgets could support the repayment. So I do believe that Phil identified some future savings in the fire budget that would be offset by it's approximately $25,000 a year over 10 years, so that the net impact on the operating budget by incurring that internal debt would not be felt on the tax levy going forward.
Councillor Rich.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Do you know what the NFPA standard is for SCBA replacement, what the year time frame is?
They update their standard of which the packs are built to every 5 years. So we're 4 standards behind, and provided the packs are tested annually, they don't assign a definite lifespan to them at this point.
And secondly, everyone has their own face piece?
No, we are still sharing face pieces.
Sharing regulators?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's becoming a trend that for reasons of personal hygiene and disease that everybody does have their own face piece. That's not reflected in this number. That would be an additional expense to do that. We simply provide a face piece if a person has an abnormal size of face.
I know what it's like to have smaller gear than everybody else. I have one question that actually relates to the operations budget, probably more than the capital budget. Do you have anyone on staff that does SCBA repair, or any way to kind of keep costs down by having someone that's able to do all the repairs to the equipment?
We do, and it's fabulous. I can't say enough good about him. He's our training officer, and it's very expensive training to be able to work on the packs, and you have to keep it up annually. He's the administrator of our air breathing program, and he does training, but a nice partnership with Bruce Power is he gets a lot of the training down at Bruce Power. This project, I could have mentioned, also will standardize the equipment between Bruce Power and us, which in previous years we've benefited from sharing resources in the training, the maintenance, but also in the wearability of the pack, if you will. They're not training and getting familiar with 2 separate packs. As council's aware, a lot of our volunteers are career firefighters at Bruce Power, and they become more familiar with one type of pack than 2 separate different packs.
I know it's MSA. Is it MSA?
That is currently the equipment. Of course, we'd have to go to tender, but that's what we are hoping to replace it with.
Thank you.
Councillor McMahon.
Quick question of a treasurer. So we're borrowing from future capital reserve, and it's a 10-year payment. It's around $20,000 per year, roughly. Quarter percentage point tax increase. It has to build into our operational costs, correct?
In this case, I believe Phil did recognize that there would be some savings in his operating budget, so we didn't anticipate that the full $25,000 or $20,000 to $25,000 annual repayment would have that complete net effect on the operating budget. That being said, if you look at the rationale spreadsheet, you do see that it is an increased payment there, and that shows you what the actual annual payment would be each year.
So just a follow-up question. Will that $20,000, roughly quarter of a percent tax increase, does this show up in our 2015 budget deliberations or 2016?
Because we would be borrowing in 2015, our first payment would not be until 2016. So you're right, anything debentured in 2015, we won't actually feel the impact on the operating budget until the following year.
For all the items we're talking about today. Thank you.
Councillor Grace.
Phil, just a question overall in terms of your budget. When I was looking into this, it was my understanding that our budget last year for the fire department total was about $300,000 less than Kincardin's, which is great if I'm correct in that. I'm just wondering why the difference for a community that's about the same size. It's just, it might be an interesting information for our public that we should be proud of.
We both have 2 fire stations, and we have the identical number of apparatus and the identical number of firefighters, and both provide a very high level of service to their communities. I best not comment anymore on why.
I just think that that's an important overall point for us to consider.
Thank you. The next project, page 43.
Just hang on, I think Dave Councillor
sorry.
Myatt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, as we replace these pieces of equipment, is there any opportunity for investment recovery on the used piece of equipment? Because presumably there's other, maybe smaller regional firefighting gangs that are using the older equipment. Especially if you look forward into that more pieces of kit that we're going to be replacing.
Yes. So to both of the last questions, we are extremely cost effective on operating, and it's the credit of the volunteers that make us so cost effective operating wise. But because we have a large group of volunteers, we're very expensive capital wise. They want the best of equipment. If they're going to leave their beds at 3 a.m. to respond to a call, they want something that's not going to break down and provide a high quality of firefighting equipment. Having said that, I think it is important that we explore that, not just with the air packs or the smaller equipment, but also our apparatus. And if we replace it earlier, when another department or another community can put it into service still and get a serviceable life out of it, we get much, much higher trade-in values of that used equipment. But it means a replacement schedule of 15 to 17 years instead of extending it out past 20 years. Now, unfortunately, the project we're speaking of with the auto extrication or the SCBA, we've maybe waited too long to go with it, and there's very little value left. I'm hoping to find some value, but it's a somewhat of a previous standard in the low pressure, and not very many departments want to put in low pressure equipment. But we will definitely explore that and find out if there's any trade-in value. Good news is in previous years we've been able to trade apparatus in before they were at the 20-year mark, and we realized huge savings trade-in wise on that. And one of our pumpers went to St. Joseph's Island 2 years ago, and they're very happy with it, and it's still in service. Page 43, I think I might be a little bit out of order, but it is auto extrication stabilization equipment. This is for motor vehicle collisions. It increases the safety in the scenes, and it's struts and cribbing to update both fire stations' equipment that's currently consists of very, very old technology.
Councillor Minaj.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So part of the question was answered. The other part is on page 37. I don't see the auto extrication rescue tools listed to the summary of fire. Is that just? Oh, it's lower down. I see. This is stabilization equipment as opposed to extrication equipment. Are they the same? Are they the same kind of line item, or am I missing?
Yeah, they will be. It's probably just a different.
It's one project. We may have named it very slightly different from the slide.
So I guess I need some understanding of your operational response times and expectations of the public and of your service. We have one full set of equipment in service today that the firefighters can use to open up a car to get a victim out. Is that correct?
No, each fire station has a heavy rescue vehicle, a rescue truck, if you will, and on each of those trucks have a set of auto heavy hydraulics, the jaws of life, auto extrication equipment This equipment goes hand in hand with the auto extrication equipment to stabilize the scene. So as you could imagine, the cars are unstable when we arrive at the scene. It makes sure they won't move, both for patient safety and firefighter safety, so that we can extricate a patient. And there's been no replacement of our stabilization equipment for many, many years, and this will bring us up to a safer standard.
Okay, thank you.
The next project, I think, on your sheets, page 42, is a refurbishment and renovation to a small shed. As most council is aware, that Jubilee Park is a very heavily used park in Saugeen Shores, and it's a beautiful park. The picnic shelter is very close to the back of the fire hall, and it has been renovated and looks nice, and the rest of the park is very well kept, as is our fire hall. However, our poor old shed is not so aesthetically pleasing, and it needs a renovation to it to fit in better with its surroundings.
Vice Deputy Mayor Huber.
It's a nice idea. I think we should imagine, though, a much bolder kind of thing at the back of the fire hall. And we have, it is a very well-used park. We do have a piece of equipment that we regularly parade out for parades that, I think it would be wonderful to imagine a slightly larger kind of storage shed, perhaps with walls of glass on maybe all three sides or just two sides, where the antique fire truck can be stored, and then it becomes an attraction. That there are a lot of people in that park, and it could be quite an additional just point of interest at the park, and provide an opportunity to add some heritage to the site and to show off the antique fire truck and provide the storage element. And I don't know how much it would cost, but I would just like us to consider a storage shed that goes a little bit beyond a tiny little structure like that would just set up something else at the park, add some heritage in, and also provide what the fire department needs. Anyway, I'll just throw that out on the table, and maybe we can come back to that later on. I don't know presently, Phil, where is the antique fire truck stored on a regular basis? It's in a garage somewhere?
A building we share and have shared for many years with Pumpkin Fest on the corner of Arlington and River Street, the old West Area Power building.
And I've totally taken Phil by surprise here, but but it's just, that is a very well-used park. And the fire departments, both units, both stations do a wonderful job at education and fire prevention stuff with kids and everything. And, I just think it would be a wonderful opportunity to build something that, without even opening the doors, kids in the park, people in the park could see something that reflects heritage in the community, but also reflects just the respect we have for fire services. I'll just leave my comments at that. Thank you.
Thank you. We can certainly explore that. The next in our last project is we've called it a fire training area. It's not as elaborate as that. We want to do a refurbishment of an existing town facility. Many years ago, there was a skate park, a skateboard and bike park located by the water towers, Lennon and I think it's Lennon and Mill area. And it's with the closing of the entrance to the landfill, it's not been forgotten, but it requires a lot of work now to refurbish it. And this project basically focuses on lighting and fencing and repairing the fencing and putting that existing concrete pad and fencing back into a usable area. And we're not talking an elaborate training area. there are other options available for us, but this would give us a safe and secure area where we can pre-stage a training event before our regular every Tuesday night trainings, and the scenario, if you will, would be ready for the firefighters to train on in that area, and keeping the kids and the people away from vehicles. For example, if it was an MVC that we were going to train on that night, it's not a huge area, but we would like to do very small burns of sort, and auto extrication training, ropes and knots. It's a great area geographically, and there's slopes around it. There's a perfect water supply there. It's just a good area, still in town, so we're not impacting our service or our response times. And when we go too far out of town, that is always a threat. We're close to town, but we're just on, as you know, the far west side of town, to not impact the core residential area. And this project will allow us to have that area. Other departments have been good to lend us area from time to time when we need to work outside, but this would give us a little more security to keep people away from what we're staging, but also allow us to do a little bit more.
Vice Deputy Mayor Huber.
Since the police chief is in the room, would there be an opportunity if we enable some sort of more secure setting here? Would the police be able to use something like that too?
I haven't had a conversation with Bill about what he was looking at, so.
Okay, thanks.
We would definitely share if that was the question.
Deputy Mayor Charbonneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to make the comment I see on your priority list that the hose replacement is ranked a B. And I guess the impression I'm starting to get about the process is that when we turn this back over to staff, you can pretty well predict, based on how those rankings are, what's going to get cut and what's going to stay. I would say with the hose replacement, though, keep doing the hose replacement. I mean, that, you know, we've got $5,000 a year, and I think I would be really reticent to see us stop that process. At $5,000 a year, we got to keep doing that. We had a real problem that we were trying to solve there, and we're a long way from solving it completely, and I think we got to stick with that schedule. And is there a valve right in the bottom of that water tower? You can just plug right in there and open that thing up and let it go?
A couple of different valves, yeah, it would be ideal.
You don't even need a hose, just open it up. Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, two questions. One, I've been watching too many movies, and the digital world can be impacted by cosmic radiation and end-of-world disaster scenarios. And I wondered about the digital radio situation and the analog radios. It would appear that the use of analog radios might still be of. Back to the event that Eastlink put us in a few weeks back, when we lost everything. That if you're connected with Eastlink for the whole day of a Sunday, when their predicted outage was only for an hour or two in the morning. When we get into digital equipment and we lose the ability to use digital for those other reasons I mentioned, could we keep the analog system available as a backup? Are we suggesting we might? So that would be one question. The second question would be the future fire training compound. I love the idea. I think it's a really good one. When you start fighting a fire, chemical runoff into Mill Creek, how do we have to deal with issues of that potential? Thank you.
So the first part of the question, the radio equipment we've been replacing for many years is unique, and it's the only available radio equipment that will work both in digital and analog. and switches back and forth seamlessly. So if there was interruption of one system, the radio will switch to analog, and we'll be able to maintain that second system purely as a backup at this point. But also, all of our radio equipment across the various departments in Saugeen Shores aren't ready to go digital. We still have a lot of investment to get everything switched over. So we're several years away from being all digital. So that's why we chose the digital analog feature of those radios, and they're fully P25 compatible. We will keep as much of our analog equipment as we possibly can in Saugeen Shores as a backup, but battery life is such that you can't keep it around forever, and it needs replaced. And every radio has a different lifespan, but it eventually needs discarded or replaced. The second part to your question, this training area, we are not suggesting it would be a full-blown live fire training facility where you have a lot of runoff. If there were fires there, there'd be very small fires of clean dry wood, straws and haze, and keep it very, very small within the open air burn bylaw of the town of Saugeen Shores, and not to impact the runoff, but also not to interrupt the neighbors' use of their property for those reasons.
Deputy Mayor Huber.
Hi, thanks. Last year we had in the budget about the environmental response trailer. It never happened. It's not here anymore. Is there anything you can just update us on that?
Yes, so it is still in the 2014 budget, and we've received some prices. Our delays were the trailer we've envisioned is a very, very custom trailer, and no one would build us or create us that trailer to house our booms and our absorbent materials for the budgeted amount. So we are still exploring and hope to have something completed before the end of this year. Still working with a local trailer supplier. He has encouraged us that there'll be some better values right near the end of the year on some older equipment, if you will, or demonstrator equipment. So we hope to have something done before January.
Any other questions for Phil? Thank you very much, Chief. I think we'll do police, Chief Rivet, and then we'll take a break. So you're on a timeline here, Dan. We should be real quick. No, you're not. Take as much time as you want.
Any questions? First of all, I wanted to say that if Phil's able to get a new shed, I'll take the old one. One of the things that we look at with policing is as the fire department is heavy on capital and light on operating, we're the exact opposite. We're heavy on operating and very light on capital. We don't tend to ask for a whole lot during capital meetings or capital budget, but one of the things that does continually get pushed off is this large elephant in our room that keeps looking at an addition, a new build with EMS. We've looked at a lot of different scenarios. So aside from the C8 rifles that we're looking at for our frontline cruisers, that's been in our 5-year capital forecast for a long time, and we've got to where that is. The rest of the 70,000 that we're looking for is to do some additions within the building, so renovations within the building that we have now. Most of you took the tour to have a look at the spatial needs that we do have. And you got a little bit of a history as we went. Back in 1999, the Chief Paul Brown, Chief of the Day, said that he needed a 10,000 square foot building. And that cost about $110 a square foot back then. So when this building was built, that's roughly what the costs were. So in 2013, when we looked at building a 12,000 square foot building as a new facility, The costs now are $265 a square foot. That's 2-year-old pricing, so I can say that that's probably wiped out now as well. So we've looked at a few things from an addition to the existing building, which is about $3 million. We've looked at a new build to move out of there to allow some of the town facility to move into our building. And a new build is about $5 million. And we looked at a new build with an attachment to the side of it or on it with EMS to have an ambulance facility as well. And that bumps it up to about $7 million. So when you start looking at the cost of this, you can see why when we sit at the police service board table and we look at it, how can we bring that to you? It's a lot of money. Policing is an essential service, and we really need to provide our members with the facilities and the equipment that they need, but it's still a lot of money. So what I'm suggesting in this capital budget here is to do a few things within our existing police building to basically maximize our storage space, to try to free up as much room as we can within the building, to buy us some time to figure out how we're going to deal with our spatial needs. And that's basically what it is. None of what we're looking at doing, except for some of the fencing in the garage area, is going to limit the future use of that building or limit anything. So it's all moving forward and is all in a good light. There's lots of suggestions of how to do it. Each of the suggestions that we have here kind of hinge on the other. So we're trying to create a condensed storage in one area, to move some files and evidence out of there into the condensed storage, to be able to increase the size of our property room. Our property room right now is we're starting to store it on the floor and coming out toward the door. About once a year, our cell area and our storage area and our property area floods out from a prisoner who's able to wreck the sprinkler system. So each of these projects basically hinges on another, so we need to start with one, and then we'll move stuff into here, and we'll move to the next project, and then to the next project. So for the most part, we're not asking for a whole lot, but I really think at this point we're asking for what we need to get done in the police office to continue to do our job. And I'm not kidding about the shed. I'll gladly take the shed. I might even move my office in there.
Okay. Councillor Mike Myatt.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Chief Rivet. I'm just, I also looked at those numbers. I went on the tour, actually, as well, and looking for a 10,000 square foot building, and I think it ended up with 6,000 square foot. When you walk through there, that's a crowded building. And so I don't know where we're heading with a brand new build versus the renovation, $3 million versus $6 million versus $7 million. It is a lot of money. My question is, the $70,000 that we're looking at as an A priority, which obviously there's a need for the work that you're thinking about doing. If at one point in the future, Chief, that we moved ahead with whether it's a renovation, well, let's talk about the renovation. If we were to move forward, is the work that you're doing, would it be compatible? I know we haven't done any drawings for a renovation for the building, but the $70,000, if we were to spend it, would it be, if you could think out in the future a little bit and talk renovation for a second? I know a new build would be nice, but is it $70 that's going to be well spent in terms of compatibility with any new renovation in the future?
Yes, everything we're trying to do right now, other than, like I said, the fencing area taking away one of our garage or one of our sally ports, which can be removed. Every single thing that we're looking at is an improvement to a facility if we stay there.
Okay. Thank you. That's good. Thank you.
Vice Deputy Mayor Huber.
Two questions. First one might seem kind of silly, but why is it called a sally port?
Doug Line calls it a sally port, and somehow after 20 years it's rubbed off on me.
Okay.
It's a garage bay.
It's a sally port.
Yeah.
I'm just curious, we did allocate some funds in the past for drawings. Nothing happened with any of that?
Oh, yes. Our original set our original plan was to try to do whatever addition we would need onto this police building. And when you start looking at an addition that goes 2 floors, you start looking at a lot of extra square footage because you now have to have 2 stairwells and an elevator. So there's a lot of premium cost to that. So we paid an architect to come up with some conceptual drawings looking at all of the needs of the police now. And he came up with a facility that was around $3 million. A year and a half or 2 years later, when we revisited it, we looked at the fact that we're aware that this facility it has some spatial needs as well, that why not look at a new facility a block over on town-owned property already. So we hired the architect to look at providing conceptual drawings for a new build. And then partway through, we looked at and said, well, why not? We're aware that EMS ambulance downtown needs to be finding a new facility or entering into a new lease agreement where they are, and they were very open to coming out here. So we looked at building a facility that had several bays on the end of it and an office area for ambulance, which bumped the cost up another $1.9 million. And that was discussed and looked at. And again, as you've sat here through many budget meetings, it gets pushed from year to year to year because it's a big chunk to swallow. So I was thinking you were going to ask where are the gifts that I usually give, but you didn't do that. So I was going to, I had a little emergency package for you that had a lot of Band-Aids in it. And that was sort of the meaning of what I'm trying to do here is apply some pretty thick Band-Aids, but my wife told me that's not very good, so I thought better of it. I believe in household harmony, so I didn't do it. So that's where we're at, where we've got several different scenarios that we've paid for and have conceptual drawings for. We just haven't got to that palatable one yet.
I suspect you seldom go wrong taking advice from Glenn and Dave. Go ahead, Diane, and then we'll get to Councillor Grace.
I'm just curious, and it's. I knew that we'd done some work, but are we at all at a point where we would say what the desired situation would be? Renovation or new build alone, or new build with EMS? Do we have an ABC ranking on that yet?
One of the things that Councillor Shildroth used to bring up when we talked about this was looking at that overall picture for the municipality and seeing who needs what and where. And I suspect if I see you moving toward your strategic plan direction, that's one of those things that is going to put a hierarchical mode to it. So I'm happy you're doing it. I have to do it every 3 years anyway. There is no one good solution. The good solution for me would have been in 2012, go ahead and do our addition to the new building and not look at anything else that the rest of the municipality needed. That's greedy, and we didn't do that. So that's when we started looking at a new build, allowing to ease some of the pressure in here and somebody moving into that building. And then the long-term lease through EMS was just some way to try to fund our long-term operating expense to pay back our capital. Pretty complicated, but it's at the end of the day, we need to do something.
Just for your information, EMS signed renewed the lease on Green Street for 2 years. Councillor Grace?
My question was going to be what the anticipated contribution of the EMS participation would be.
If we looked at the model where they were going to be a long-term tenant, we were going to look at commercial square footage rental rate, and that was fine with them. There were other suggestions the CAO was looking at to see whether there was some capital money that they could contribute to the project. At the end of the day, the ambulance needs to do something, and they're stuck, and they're in a very small facility, and they're right downtown. They need to do something, and I think they'd be open to talking about any form of funding.
Mayor Charbonneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. there's a couple of things to look at. I mean, Vice Deputy Mayor raised the comment about the funding that we put in place a couple of years ago to get us through to the drawings that we have now for a new build, and also for an addition. There's in the reserve funds, there remains $75,000 in the police building reserve, my suggestion would be, I mean, I can say from the perspective of the board that if the board agrees with the chief that we need something to be done in terms of the building. We have a pressing problem, a very critical problem at this moment, in my view, with regard to the HVAC system in the current building. I don't know if the $70,000. In fact, I'm pretty sure the $70,000 does not address that situation. We have to address that situation. We must address that situation because it's not only it's got to the point at this stage where it's becoming a human resources issue for the chief and his administration there. So I think the existing building inside its current envelope needs to be dealt with. The board looked at the options that came forward with regard to what we have done in the last couple of years and felt we couldn't, as the chief has said, couldn't bring forward a $5 or $7 million building to council, even with the EMS, potential EMS contribution, although that would be useful. So my own view is we need an interim repair to that building. We need interim storage solutions. We need interim HVAC to address the interim HVAC situation. And I think we have $75,000 in the building reserve. It may be an opportunity as staff goes back and looks at this budget and tries to come up with some savings. I could support looking at tapping that reserve, understanding the fact that it's in place right now to offset design options on a new build. I mean, that's why we reserved it in the first place. But this may offset our need in the interim to do that, or may in fact aid us in, as Councillor Myatt suggested, a renovation down the road. And so I think there's some justification in going to those reserves in order to move this project forward with greater speed. And I would also suggest that in the next few weeks, between this meeting and the next time we look at capital, that staff look carefully or think carefully again about the HVAC situation. And if that means a higher number here, then maybe we can use the reserves and offset with the tax levy and come up with a solution. I really feel like if we are going to spend $70,000 in the police building in 2015, then we ought to address HVAC. Those are my comments, Mr. Mayor, but I will state, if I haven't been strong enough on it at this point, I strongly support moving forward with that particular project and, of course, with the firearm project as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Dan.
One of the things that you're not aware of, I guess, is that the heating and cooling within the police building, I've been trying to work on for 8 years now and can't seem to get it fixed. Today, and I took a picture of it this morning without the prisoner in it. He's sitting in his cell with a little cube heater, a ceramic baseboard heater, and I've got the heating in the cell area turned up as high as it can possibly go. So we can go from one office to be 16 or 17 degrees to the next office to be 28 or 29. So we have been trying to address it for 8 years, maybe 9, and it's just not been fixed. So I agree with what you're saying. I'm reluctant to tie the two together only because they're both a high need, but my spatial needs are massive right now. I can't even have 2 parents sit in my office with me right now because I'm storing crap in my office. So it is I don't want to hinge the two together, and I don't want to tie the two together. That's all I'm saying.
Councillor Minaj.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too took the tour, and I was equally surprised. I understand some things and some things I don't. So that building is relatively new in our asset management thinking. It's probably got a life expectancy of 50 plus years, and here we are not much more of 10, 15 years since it's been built, correct? And we can't fix the HVAC system. I don't comprehend those answers. Like, they just don't work for me, and I understand, Dan, how much effort you must have put into it. Having come from a background with HVAC, some background in HVAC, these systems should be able to be figured out. What I'd like to do, when I went through the list, and I don't see them A, B, C, D, E either sort of thing, I started going through and saying no to 3 and yes to 2, yes to the security issues and yes to the ministry recommendations and no to the others. And I mean, I don't even know how we fit into this process because previous experience, it was almost the police budget was sort of, you know, you got it and there it is and you better just go along with it sort of idea. I would think now, my question to you, Mr. Mayor, is this a ripe time for some new eyes and a new discussion, maybe a new committee, not the board, maybe a representative of the board, maybe some of us, and maybe some other interested parties in the community, and in line with the strategic plan thinking, to have that other either confirmation, as Deputy Mayor Charbonneau mentioned, confirmation that one of those 3 ideas should be the one going forward, or is there another option?
Actually, I was going to save it to the end, but I'm going to say it now. I think Dan raises a good point, and you did kind of raise it. He's been jumping around this for a few years about where it sits in the priorities of the community, and we've never really got there. Well, I think we've got there. We've just continually said this, and I think it will always come back to the money. How much are you willing to take to the levy and take from your ratepayers? And that will always be the answer. But I think, honestly, I think it's time, and I think with the new council, it's a really good opportunity for us in the very near future to sit down. We got a request last night for another additional $10 million for downtown improvements and lakefront. That wasn't there a while ago. We have $6 million here. And I think we need to come to the realization about we're going to have to sit down and prioritize these issues because, to be quite honest with you, you cannot afford those. You simply cannot afford those unless you want 9 new people around this table next time. I can guarantee you cannot afford those. So I think what we need to do, I think we should stay focused on this budget until we get there. But early in the new year, we're going to have this visioning statement. I think it's an opportunity to sit down with all of the capital requests, prioritize them in some way, knowing that that's likely to change next budget. But I think it'll give us all an understanding of it, and then task our staff to come up with some creative ideas about financing. And I think I think it should be this committee of the whole meeting. So how do you think of that? Because, I mean, there's a lot of issues in here that they're kind of disconnected, right? Last night we're looking at $10 million, all great ideas, but they got consequences. They get consequences to the ratepayer, and so does this. And in the end, it will come down to how much appetite you have to go into the levy. So, Councillor Grace.
I have a question for Chief Rivet just about the issue of prisoners' rights. I'm just wondering, when you were describing the situation with the prisoner and trying to make sure that he had a heated cell, what are the what are the implications in terms of what kind of standards you're required to provide for prisoners that might not be that you're struggling to fulfill? And does that leave us open for some kind of rights violation lawsuit or something like that?
They're freezing, and yes.
Okay. So we should take that into consideration as well. I mean, in terms of a pressing need.
Yes. Part of some of the things that I'm looking at just in our storage issues are dealing with some of the civil liabilities that we could hold if the cell floods and evidence for a sexual assault trial gets destroyed. If files are destroyed. If we were to put a C-can out in the back of the building with people's personal records in them and it get broken into and they're stolen, we're civilly responsible again. There's almost always a civil component to it.
Thank you.
The Deputy Mayor Charbonneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say that, I mean, I agree with your idea for the approach, and I think that's why this particular project, the $70,000 on the building, is the right way to go at the moment, because it's going to give us the stopgap that we need to give us time to get to dealing with this particular the bigger issue, which is the building itself and the broader view. That's going to take us time, and certainly, like you say, if you prioritize, this could end up at some point, and this gives us some flexibility to put it, to put the bigger project further down the road. And that's why I just emphasize, and I know the chief doesn't want to put them together, but I think it's important that's why it's important at this juncture to deal with the major issues that we have in the building, and hopefully put it together into a scenario that's going to be sustainable for some time. Because you've given us a very clear-eyed look at it, and it's true, and we have to be prepared to take more time than I know the chief or I or the board would like to get to a much better solution. And so that's why, again, I'd really encourage staff to come back to us with a budget that still has that project in it, but a project that is comprehensive in the envelope we have right now, that fixes the big problems and gives us something that we can live with for a while. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I agree. And then that's the $70,000 you're suggesting. I think there's two issues here that I was kind of talking about in the longer term, because we've done some preliminary work about long-term financing, also about some options about how you do finance that. But I think for the board's and committee services or purposes, we need to have that discussion and find out what are all the asks and how are some potential ways of financing it. Any question?
Oh, it's just a comment. I know we're headed to a break, but the HVAC heating, cooling thing, I don't know how we finally got it right in this room, but I used to sit through budget meetings. I had a space heater under here a couple of times. I would wrap myself in a blanket. So I hope we get there for you, because it's definitely much more pleasant to be involved in something where you feel comfortable. And I don't know, Linda, how you managed it in here.
I was wondering the same thing.
It took a number of years, but we finally figured out heating and cooling in this room.
Just before break, I just wanted to echo your comments about the need for a January session where we look at a strat plan, action plan, priority setting plan. Sometimes what happens with these projects, whether it's a $15 million pool facility or whether it's a police building or whether it's $10 million in improvements like we heard last night, it's who speaks the loudest. And with the absence of a strat plan, a community action plan, I think we're going to continue to try to put out fires. And I like to see that strat plan, just to finish up before break, but I see it's a B priority. And I see no reason why our strategic plan, a community action plan, shouldn't be an A priority. And I know it's a matter of how do you prioritize all our funding from tax levy, but I was a little surprised to see it as a B priority. But I certainly like to see it as an A priority, and the sooner we get to that planning session, the better, in my view. And this problem's eventually has to be dealt with. The tour I went through there was, I was blown away with how little space there is in that facility. But there are a lot of priorities that we've outlined yesterday and again this morning. In the tens of millions of dollars. So where do we start, and which one's the highest priority? And so I'm really looking forward to the meeting with council to talk about prioritizing where we're heading with these capital projects, because we've got a lot of demands, so it's gonna be tough. So.
Appreciate it. Nothing else. Let's take a break until say 11 o'clock. Thanks very much, Dan, and thanks to all presenters.
I thought it was pretty odd. I go in this morning to the prisoner in the back cell, and there's got a space heater blown into his cell. I've got the thing set at 25, and there's a space heater in it. My wife said that's too rude. Very well. I brought your building blocks on here.
Serious. What we own with the
I
town
have something
owns
for
is
operational
absolutely
budget.
massive.
I didn't want you to feel left out.
It's the old landfill.
Well, I guess we'll get started again. And the next thing on the list is our fleet, and Kate's going to present.
So we're showing fleet sort of separately, although this does include fleet assets for all of our departments, save and except for police services, which is not funded by the fleet reserve at this point. The goal of the fleet reserve is to have a stable annual contribution to fund the replacement schedule that will vary year over year. So we are slowly working towards getting our contribution from the operating fund to be a stable amount year over year. I believe that's set at $685,000 is our goal. We're sort of climbing right now to get up there. And that will fund all of the fleet assets replacement, knowing that in some years we'll have to replace a lot of fleet, and other years we'll have small ones, but with those peaks and valleys we'll even out, and the reserve will fund all of those purchases in the long run. So in your package on page 49 and 50, we have the regular sort of format for the capital budget, and that just shows that all of the fleet recommended is being taken from the fleet reserve, aside for the continuation of the fuel management system that is proposed to be installed at the Saugeen shop. That's the $40,000 is the only item there that would be coming from the tax levy. But behind those two, we've actually included a 10-year window of the fleet replacement schedule and the reserve balances at the bottom. So you can see each of what our fleet assets are when they're to be replaced. And then at the last page on the bottom, you see how that reserve is funded and that it stays flush over time so that we'll always have the funds to replace the fleet when we need to. Deferring a purchase from one year to the other won't impact the schedule. We can still do that based on the money that we have, and we have contributions coming from the tax levy, but also water and wastewater are contributing towards their assets, waste management, and then we also have development charges for some of our expanded fleet if there's a growth related item in there. So I think this year we do have one truck that is considered a new truck, and that's for our park services supervisor, but other than that, everything is a replacement item. The Public Works has identified 3 pickup trucks, a mower, and a landfill dozer. What happens is Public Works generally gets the newer trucks. Their trucks then are passed on to parks. So when you look at the schedule, that's why you'll see some of the grayed out areas, because those are actually passed down items, so they're not specifically replaced. The replacement comes from the Public Works and engineering parts. And then any items that are sold or traded in, any revenue generated from those would come back into the fleet reserve as well. Community services, as I just noted, there is one new pickup truck that is not part of our previous fleet. For the park supervisor, there's a replacement of a Ford van, a floating trailer, and also one of the ice resurfacers. I believe that's at the Coliseum. And I can let Phil speak to his pumper tanker if anyone has any questions, or if you have any questions about any of the other fleet assets.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So police services vehicles aren't included in fleet?
No, my understanding is currently all of our police cars are leased for the most part.
We have 6 vehicles, 4 of them are leased, we go through our operating budget. One of them was given to us by Ford Evans, so that's our van. And another of our cars, which we purchased through capital budget, and we have a one-off request from the council. So the goal is for us to look for being part of our fleet management, and at some point coming up with dollar value for us to be able to contribute to each part. The difficulty is with the frontline cars, for about 2.5 years before they're not able to be used anymore. Sort of the same before it goes down to every other department.
Understood. With respect to the 1993
vehicles, including the one next year, which is estimated to be $1.2 million replacement for an aerial truck. These, I'd like to know the impact on, I get it, that 1993 is a long time ago. And I would also guess that making these vehicles available to another department somewhere or to another operation somewhere probably isn't going to be very lucrative for us. But the aerial truck seems to be such a specialty item, and how many times it's actually being used in the line of duty, so to speak. Is it something that you could actually look after, and both of these vehicles, the pumper and the aerial, for next year, and say they don't have an end date really because they function so well, they're in such good condition that we can keep them going? That would be my question.
Do you want to address that, Phil?
Your indulgence, I should. I know we've talked about this several years now in a row at Capital, but I should give the new members of council the bigger picture of fleet. We have 8 apparatus in our primary fleet, and one we share with Public Works is a very cost-effective tanker. And I'd beg of you to think of the trucks not just as a big red truck that ages and is very expensive, but as a level of service we provide to our ratepayers. And specifically, the pumper tanker that we're looking at and asking for consideration in this budget provides a key part of our capability of our apparatus to provide the Superior Tanker Shuttle. And a lot of the township residents enjoy better insurance ratings because of the Superior Tanker Shuttle that this allows us to accomplish. So that's part of why we need to maintain it in the fleet. The very expensive aerial, again, I will say it's not used very often. Out of all of our trucks, it is the least often used truck. However, when we need it, we really need it. We're having a bad day and the rest of the trucks didn't work. And we need that. But it's very much a service we provide to the community also. What I mean by that is commercial insurance rates for both the town main streets benefit massively from having an aerial device in our community. And last year, or in 2014, Council approved a study from the fire underwriters, and I had really hoped to be able to present you the numbers on just how much that saves. Unfortunately, they weren't able to produce any accurate numbers for us. So I wanted to be able to say, by having an expensive $1 million aerial truck, based on our property values, assessments, and what people pay in insurance, if we lose that, insurance rates will go up 20%. It saves X number of dollars, and it could have been upwards of $5 million it saves per year, even though it costs us $50,000 to provide that service annually. Because insurance companies are so varied in how they use the fire underwriters' numbers, they could not produce an accurate number for me. It was a very much a shot in the dark, and they weren't able to produce that. All we know is that insurance rates would increase if we lose either the Superior Tanker Shuttle accreditation or the capabilities of the aerial truck. Historically, Saugeen Shores has always had an aerial truck back to the 60s and 70s. Our current truck was put into service in Port Elgin in 1993. And I don't mean to be having a conversation about a capital program from 2016, but I think it is important we look at the bigger picture of both of them at the same time. If we decide to do something differently, I want to be able to have some flexibility of both apparatus at the same time. And the aerial truck, like somebody had mentioned, is very, very special, a specialty piece of equipment, and it takes 14 to 16 months to build and design and engineer and build an aerial truck if we decide to go custom that way. However, realizing that the two trucks combined in 2 years is a very, very expensive undertaking. The aerial itself is DC eligible, so it can be funded from the DC funds, the reserve, as it's mostly related to growth. So we didn't have a Walmart or a 6-story condo building or that kind of thing back. Now we do, and we need to protect those buildings. I would like to, between now and the next meeting, explore some other options other than the full cost of brand new replacement. Are there options there to look at both trucks together and look at a more used truck? The budget numbers there are for brand new engineered speccing in the traditional tendering process that we do. For a long time now, we've been checking out other options, and with council's permission, I'd like to bring forth some other options, looking at both trucks and the high cost of both of them.
I think it's important to point out, I mean, it's insurance rates go down, but they go down because you're providing a superior service to our ratepayers. Your fire service is much better because of these pieces of apparatus.
Yes.
Yeah. I'll go here, Vice Deputy Mayor Hubert.
Thank you. Just to further the conversation, the fire department has been very good at when they've been enabled in some way. We seem to find these incredible deals, so there's no expectation that wouldn't continue. But I am curious, when you say 1993, that's like 25 years ago. So even if the truck only went out once a year, it's like what, like maybe like 40 kilometers worth of use once a year. At a certain point in time, there's just a challenge provincially to using that piece of equipment. Am I wrong in assuming that?
I maybe should have touched on that first, and my apologies. This truck we're looking at in the slide is well used. It served us well and made us a lot of revenue at the G8 in 2010. It was originally put into service as a pumper tanker in the township and had a lot of hard use put on it in those years. It currently is out of service as a pumper. The pump suffered catastrophic failure this year, and it did not pass pump test, and we are not able to use it as a pumper since about late August. And the repair estimates we've received to replace the pump on it is far greater than the cost or the value of the truck right now. We should be able to replace that truck for $50,000 to $60,000, and the cost of putting a brand new pump in it is far higher than that, and it can't be replaced. So it's not good money spent on repairing it. And there's other reasons, because the transmission in the engine's 20 years old and seals are gone. We've twice now rebuilt this truck to extend its life. In I believe 2007 and then again in 2010, we put a lot of money into prolonging the life of it. But as much as we like the truck, it's time to let it go.
It's very convincing, Phil. Councillor Rich.
Yeah, I would think without a pump, it's the biggest toolbox in the county. The question I was going to have is with leasing. So I was listening to Chief Rivet talking about leasing police vehicles. Is it cost effective for us to lease fire department vehicles at this point? I mean, I'm looking at big capital outlays, and we'd be obviously returning them at lower kilometers than, say, a full-time department would. And I know there's a lot of full-time departments out there that do leasing. Have we ever explored that?
We have. Traditionally, it's not something we've done in Saugeen Shores, and it's been a couple of years. It's probably been 5 years since I looked at it, and it's really not a lease. It's a financing back to zero when you talk about the apparatus. The residual's not much left to it, but it is something I could look into.
Mayor Charbonneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to make the comment because John raised it, and it just occurred to me that I thought about it at the time. But with regard to what Chief Rivet said, with regard to leasing putting police vehicles in the concept of, the chief had made the indication that the goal was that we were going to work our way back to including police vehicles in the fleet reserve. I think that the police board is still looking at the cost benefit of owning or leasing police vehicles. So I think it's just to clarify that leasing is still what we're doing, and there is no decision at this point to change that, and so it may not be that the police vehicles wind up in this fleet budget down the road. We may continue to lease, depending on the direction the police board decides to take on that. And I just wanted to ask the question then, and I may direct it at Larry, I think, because it's with regard to the entire fleet budget. I mean, we're looking at it interests me because you've prioritized the fleet expenditures in 2015, given them all Bs, 1C and only 1A, and that's for the fire truck. But my understanding of how we're working with fleet here is that this is a long-standing schedule of expenditures that is not really changing much year to year. That we've been reserving the 600 and change, and just moving it through and trying to fund that outlay. And so I just would like some clarification from the administration with regard to what your intention is if you get this budget back holus bolus. I'm not too keen on cutting pieces out of it myself. I would not be opposed to pieces being cut out of it, but if that's what the administration wants to do. But I just want to know what you're going to do with this, and is there the opportunity, or are department heads willing to go back and look at the long-term forecast on these things and extend the life of vehicles or delay expenditures and thereby reduce the contribution from operating over those years? I mean, I just see that as the only way to really affect this budget is for department heads to look forward at their entire replacement schedule and decide, well, we don't need this much money from operating year over year, and that's how we bring it down, rather than reaching in and taking the 22D mower out,
I think you have it quite clearly correct. The only advantage to us to looking at extending fleet life would be if the reserve were funded at the level it needs to be, and by changing the replacement schedule we could then lower the contribution required from the tax rate. But because we are not there yet, we are still incrementally trying to get there. There is no advantage at this point to going down that road, and it was frankly me that moved the fire truck itself from a B to an A simply because of the fact that we have these mechanical issues with it, and I think we wanted an opportunity to demonstrate that one kind of stood out from the rest of them more than the others.
But if I may, Mr. Mayor, what we can expect then if we refer this back is for staff basically to return these all as A's
in their entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Mike,
my question really is similar to Deputy Mayor Charbonneau's. There were all of our fleet, majority of our fleet, which I happen to believe we have a very good equipment around our community, and we're very fortunate to have such good equipment in such good shape. And I think my question is similar. If they're all Bs, and I guess life would not stop. I mean, we wouldn't stop operating if all, hypothetically, I'll suggest we do this, but I mean, business is still going to go on if all of those Bs were moved to 2016 and got done. So I mean, but it leads to my question is that, I see in the report where some of our fleet is 12-year replacement, some 13, some are 8 years, some are 6 years. And I understand a little bit about that in terms of, I think, and ask if I could, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Dave, is it based on, there's a couple of questions, based on the operating hours, obviously, I would assume that it has some bearing on when we replace, and others would be the, amount of pairs we're putting into a vehicle based on kilometers. But is it our fleet, is there staff exercise flexibility in terms of a moving target? So if a van, for example, to be replaced in 10 years only has 80,000 kilometers on, is it fair to assume that we could get 3 or 4 or 5 more years out of that vehicle? Or do you stick real tight to that replacement program where it says replace a van 10 years. We're replacing that van in 10 years, or can we get another 2 or 3 years out of it? So there's a couple questions there, Dave.
We're replacing the fleet as per schedule, but we're replacing it just for one department, and the good equipment's trickling down, other than if it's a large piece that nobody else needs in the municipality. So then we also look at what's it going to cost in the next couple of years to continue to use this piece of equipment. And if we have to do any repairs off-site, not our own mechanics, then you're losing a lot of money right there, and it'll impact the operating budget.
Okay, so a dozer, for example, $200,000 dozer, you're not going to hand down to Parks and Rec, obviously, but so that dozer, when it's a 6-year replacement, chances are it'd be replaced in 6 or 8 years and,
yes,
and stick to the schedule.
And that dozer's got a hard life. It's at the landfill a lot, and then it's used primarily in the wintertime for snow dumps. So some of it gets a lot more harder work than other pieces of equipment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Minaj.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dealing with fact and not opinion, the community at large has opinion that we're well heeled with plenty of good-looking, nice new trucks. That's their opinion. So the fact is that we have a good plan that seems to be working. My question would be, when was the last time we studied idle time for vehicles such that possibly a phoned shuttle system for moving staff from one building or one area to another reduced the total number of fleet vehicles and not incrementally increase it?
Certainly something we could look at, but the community is accustomed to a very high level of service. So when they have a request, they expect somebody to go there immediately. So a lot of the time we're going out with different vehicles in different areas all the time. And usually in the summer, especially with the students, we already have to shuttle people around because there's not enough vehicles to get everybody else where they're working at that particular day. So granted, it looks like we've got a lot of vehicles crisscross the neighborhood, but we have a high level of service. We respond very quickly to the complaints. And it's just one of those things that, yes, because a lot of it is, Highway 21 between Port Elgin and Southampton as well.
So follow up then, are we at that critical mass time where some kind of in-house study on vehicle idle time? In other words, if 2 workers are going to a location to spend the majority of the day at that location and the vehicle is sitting, waiting for them to finish their work to come back to headquarters, that vehicle could be used for other uses while they were dropped off in a shuttle system. I mean, I think I'm stating the obvious. I just wanted to know if we're at a time when we could look at that.
Yeah, we can look at the options and try to present something that council can consider. I'm not sure if it's feasible at this point, but we'll have to track and see if there's something that could be done.
Huber.
2 comments, but just as a follow-up to what Councillor Minaj said, I know that one of the big construction companies that does work here now has a thing and from their owner that says, when a truck leaves the shop, more often than not, there should be 2 people in the truck instead of just one. So I get a lot of comments too that there seems to be 4 municipal staff members at a site and there's 4 trucks there. So whatever is possible, in terms of just encouraging that. I did want to just bring up another issue and I think in our package, Kate, the pages that follow the front, the entire fleet is represented here, right? You've given that to us. We've got a list of all of the vehicles. It's all here, right?
That's correct.
Okay. My comment is I completely understand the need to perhaps replace vehicles when they reach a certain point. I guess I'm of the opinion that I'm a little bit concerned that we seem to just regularly put public works vehicles at the top of the list and then we move used public works vehicles to another department. It sort of sets up this perception that there's a difference in the quality or the level of whatever. And I guess I'm of the opinion that maybe it's time that Community Services and Recreation, that they were the first one on the list. Those people are out at very public locations doing very valuable work. And in all the years I've sat here, it's always been, well, Public Works will get a new vehicle and then we'll just shift some older equipment over to Community Services and Recreation. I live beside the arena in Southampton, beside the Coliseum, and that little truck that's always at the back there that, I think it's got 1970 something on it. Thank goodness it's still in operation because it seems to move people around. But it's a perception thing that we seem to be regularly just setting up that Public Works, which is very valuable and contributes a great deal to the community, but that somehow or other Public Works gets first dibs on vehicles that are, pickup trucks, basically. And I guess I just wanted to put that on the table because again, here there's 3 new trucks, half-ton trucks for Public Works, which of course will shift some equipment potentially over to replace some older equipment in Community Services and Recreation. But maybe the equipment that's being shifted, just leave it in Public Works a little longer if there's a need to, get some of the older stock out the door. Let's start maybe a little bit of a balance with both departments receiving new equipment at different times. And yeah, stuff can be moved around, but maybe it's not always going in one direction. I'll just throw that comment into the mix. Thank you.
Can I respond? So I think there have been some advantages to looking at fleet in a consolidated way. We've just moved in that direction the last 2 or 3 years. And from an operational and efficiency perspective, the department that provides the lead winter storm response is, I think, operationally the one that needs the newest and most reliable equipment. But having said that, you'll note that this year there are 2 new pieces of equipment for Community Services proposed in the light-duty truck area. So the advantage of all of us together looking at what our needs are and where we can deploy the second-tier vehicles most efficiently, I think, has come to the fruition over the last couple of years, and we're moving in that direction.
Thank you. Councillor Rich.
Yeah, I just have a quick question, Dave. So I noticed that there's a variety of different vehicles. I think that there's 3 different kinds of pickup trucks, all half-tons or four-wheel drive, whatever. Yep. Is there any advantage on the maintenance side to having a single-source supplier so we don't have to stock as many parts, perhaps, in the shop and make it easier for mechanics to work on it?
We've looked at it in the past, but usually with the municipal discounts at any particular dealer or any brand, usually get a lot better deal if you just keep getting the incentives from a municipal discount point of view. So sometimes it's Ford, sometimes it's GM. We have quite a few Fords and GMs and Dodges right now. So you carry that line of parts, but it's not a huge difference. We think we're getting better value by buying different brands every year, depending on the municipal discount. And that's usually what overrides the price of the vehicle.
Great. Before we leave.
Page 54. Under your 2015, just quickly explain to me, Kate, if you could, when we see a surplus of 162,226, can you just explain quickly why it's showing a surplus again?
So this is the reserve continuity. So that would be the surplus balance that's held in the reserve at the end of the year that's available to fund future years. As you can see at the end of 2017, mostly due to the large, or 2016, sorry, mostly due to the large aerial truck, the reserve will be in a deficit position, and then we'll build that up over time as we slowly increase our contribution. So that's what that represents.
Stephanie Huber.
2 questions. One for Larry. I'm just when you mentioned that there were 2 trucks in Community Services, I only see 1 on the list. Am I missing something here?
The second one is the van.
Okay, okay. Then my other question or comment would be this idea of an aerial truck. Again, Phil, the fire chief, hinted at the idea that you need to set the wheels in motion well in advance in terms of getting pricing and ordering and that sort of thing. Would it be appropriate at some point, as we continue with the budget process, to at least entertain the idea of setting those wheels in motion so that at some point during the next year, we authorize the fire department to start to look around and get pricing and see what's available, so that if in fact we might get lucky again with a demonstrator truck or something like that, that we're prepared to go in 2016. So just to keep that in mind as the budget process continues, because it was important that he mentioned the lead time that's often required with a big piece of equipment like that. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think that's exactly what's going through the chief's mind.
I would never not look for a deal today.
So if that's the end of the fleet questions, then we'll move on to Public Works. And I guess Dave's going to run us through it on behalf of Stuart, who's in Florida. I'm sure he's one of the 4 watching us on BMT.
Go ahead, Dave. Thank you. $20,000 is just a budget item to start next year's capital projects, where we think they may go, or the community might want us to go, or council.
Go ahead.
Perhaps to be helpful, Dave, because we did something like this last year as well, could you maybe give us some suggestions of how you used the money last year so that there's an awareness of what this means for the future?
One of our technicians, when he's done the construction projects for the season or whenever he has time, he does pre-engineering at different areas in the municipality, try to get advance plans so when winter comes that we can still work and head in any kind of direction that we think we might head in. We have quite a few projects we'd like to do, and it just depends on council where we actually do it. So we're probably 5 or 6 projects ahead for the pre-engineering all the time. Asphalt resurfacing, last winter especially, was very hard on a lot of our smaller roads, and they're actually starting to degrade a lot faster than you would normally see because of the freeze and thaw of last winter. So this is just a budget item to try to help various areas that are in very poor condition. This one here is part surface treatment and part asphalt. Drainage pits, we continue to rebuild 2 or 3 drainage pits a year in the Port Elgin area primarily, and they're kind of a 2-year design life, so they're a 2-year storm they'll hold, and then after that it continues to pond or actually just head closer to the lake here and by the grade of the Port Elgin. So we're going to be in the drainage pit business for forever, I would think. In certain parts of the community, we've started a great project by getting a storm sewer down Market Street to the lake, and we'd like to try to get that extended sometime to Bruce to try to start grabbing some of the water before it actually ponds and causes problems. This is just kind of the pavement condition index. We've got all our roads indexed of the shape they are in. Right now, we've got quite a few good roads, so we're at probably 90% is good or satisfactory, and we're kind of 10% is fair, poor, or very poor. So we're looking good in that aspect. It's only one consideration because a lot of times the underground is driving it more than the condition of the road.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could I ask then, curb and gutter, sidewalk, where does pavement condition index start and stop?
That's just the asphalt.
Just the thickness or the constitution?
It's quite a few different distresses of it, and they're all itemized and categorized, and then it's
So you
a
take
lump sum of them.
you take a core sample to see?
No, this is a visual
It's a
for
visual.
ride and feel or cracks or spalding, things like that.
All right, thank you.
Is that index or that listing or mapping, is that readily available to the public?
Not at this point because it's in our within our GIS system, and now sometime in the future, GIS will probably go public, but we're not there right now.
But we would have access to, if we wanted to know what were because I know later on in your report you've indicated that some are at a certain level on this index.
Yep.
Is it possible perhaps for us at some point to get an indication of all of the ones that are in the most critical category so that we can see, and in that way as we travel around town we know
we can
what
do that.
what puts a piece of asphalt in that category?
Yep.
Thanks, Dave.
Okay, so that's good news. So what about the GIS system or the road system that categorizes everything from shoulders and gravel roads to roads without sidewalks and curb and gutter to roads? Like what classification system do we meld in with this for the other look of the streets and the roads?
We have a rating system for just about all our assets. Now gravel is a little different because usually gravel is just a maintenance type issue how we've done it. We haven't specified the road bed yet in gravel, so usually, usually if you put another layer of gravel on, it's good for X number of years. But we have quite a few different conditions of all our assets.
Just quickly, I'm sorry. It's just I particularly live on a street that I've lived on for 25 years, and I was told that there's probably nothing under the ground, and the external edges of the road are deteriorating, and I don't even see it on any forecast in the future. And there are a number of streets, older established streets in both communities that don't seem to be coming forward because the underground's not required. So I just wonder how we prioritize street for street. I think all we're doing right now is keeping up with the A priority or the number one priority, which is fix the sewer and water underground. So how and when will the other streets ever get looked at?
When you're willing to raise the tax rate a whole lot more. It's just money. And so you pick on these particular projects that you try to make some efficiencies where there's two needs, underground, and then we do the surface also. But I mean, it just comes down to priorities. We've got some we've got a whole range of them. But maybe you want to comment on it, Dave?
Yeah, we would like to improve every street that needs it, but we just don't have the resources, and we pick and choose at each budget to try to make the best value for the dollar. Waterloo Street, Johnson to Pearson. It's a continuation of the recent work we've done on Waterloo Street. So that'll be a complete urban cross-section all the way down. Correct. And this is just a bad section of sewer too that's being upgraded at the same time.
Councillor Myatt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I'm certainly glad to see that there's some rural infrastructure included in the forecast, although some of it goes out to latter years. And you said that when you get a gravel road, that just putting gravel on it makes it good for a couple more years. But is there any plans? And I see you've got River Road in here. What are the long-term plans for upgrading some of these rural roads to maybe not a full asphalt, but tar and chip or some sort of increased surface that will not only make them a little more durable, but a little more user-friendly for the vehicles that ride on them?
It's just a matter of priorities and where council directs staff to go. We would like to increase the level of service on all the gravel roads, but right now it's just dollars aren't there and resources aren't there.
What is the plan you've got out here for $1 million for River Road? Is it? Sorry, on page 59, River Road, $200,000. Is that just a re-gravel?
That's to start the long-range plan with the residents and council's input of what the long-range plan for River Road would be. Some people want it asphalted, some want it widened, some want it speeded up, others want it just left kind of the same and not, destroy the look and feel of it. So we've been talking to quite a few people out there, and there's a couple of the 90-degree bends, whether they should be smoothed up. Some people say no because it slows down the speed. Other people would like it done. So we've got a lot more work to do there of what the community, what council thinks that end product should be. And the problem is, again, it's a huge road, long road with very few people. So, and it's a resource issue too, of when you can fit it in a capital budget because it's that big of a job.
So the $200,000 is
just a study.
Was basically and some land acquisition specifically on those curves, but the total cost of that road is substantially more than that.
I can imagine. Yeah, but am I true in assuming that as time goes on, and I know we've got some people going to the roads conference, there's different ways of maintaining some of these roads besides the traditional putting in the proper ditches and paving them tarmac, that they're, like the tar and chip or different innovative solutions to, I've seen these ones with the crushed tires or, are we looking at different ideas besides the traditional?
The problem at River Road, some places are still got corduroy sections and clay close to the top. Mm-hmm. So even if you put a hard surface on it, it would be destroyed very quickly. So in a lot of cases out there, the whole roadbed has to be redone before you'd actually put hard surface on. So that's what actually causes a lot more of the cost, because it's on fairly heavy clay land as well. Mm-hmm. So it's not just as simple as improving the top and then putting a...
So short of allocating additional tax levies to these things, I guess the only other option would be if the rural infrastructure grants, such as the ones that were offered earlier this year, which unfortunately we applied for sewers instead of roads and bridges, but we were unsuccessful in that endeavor also. But certainly in the future, if there are grants available, I would like to see grants applied for to do the rural infrastructure, the roads and the bridges.
Thank you. Go to Councillor Bayat.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of comments and a couple of questions about, and I'm cherry picking here a little bit. There's other roads within Saugeen Shores, no doubt, that need just as much upkeep, maybe more than the two I'm about to mention. But I'd invite council and staff to go and take a drive along down on Snyder Road, and I've talked to Dave about this. It's probably one of the rougher roads I've driven across in Saugeen Shores, and I don't see it showing up in the plan for reconstruction, resurfacing. But I'm just wondering. My first question of Dave would be, I guess it's a request. Could we, at some point, Dave, just have your comments or report, perhaps, on where we're heading with the reconstruct and rebuild of Snyder Road? It's a rough one, and I think you're in agreement with me on that one. I think when they rebuilt that back in the pre-amalgamation days. I think the job was fairly quick, and got some tree stumps coming up through the road and through erosion, and it's just in bad condition. That's my first question. I'll let you respond to that first, and then I have a second comment about River Road. So my request would be, could we take a look at that, Dave, in terms of report coming back and see where that fits in, and it's not in our 5-year plan.
No, we actually had that section of the municipality for a big sanitary sewer project and the funding, and we hoped that we'd get that and fix up all those problems down there then. But of course we were denied, and it's just the same thing that we know we've got lots of needs, but it's just hard to where to pin it down on the multi-year project.
So assuming that the sewer project does not move ahead, what we're to say down to the neighbors down there is what you see is what you get for the next 5 years. It's not showing up in the 5-year capital forecast. And I know there's lots of demands. I get that. I understand that. But Dave, that road is not in great shape.
It's certainly one of the rougher roads. The idea was hopefully at some point we would get funding enough to do it in a bigger project and get the economics of scale and install sanitary.
Was this 5-year capital forecast done before the sewer project was turned down? Yes? So we were anticipating that the grant through the infrastructure program that we maybe were able to do, as Dave's saying, do the replacement of that road with the infrastructure program we're going to do with our sewer lines. So this plan was done before we got word of the infrastructure announcement. And I guess what I'm suggesting is if that sewers are not to happen down there in the near future, can it show up in the 5-year capital forecast somewhere?
And the answer to that is absolutely. We can add or delete to this capital project
at any
time.
Okay, that would be my request. My second comment is about River Road. I for one believe that road coming in from Paisley and County Road 3, when you make the turn left to come into Saugeen Shores, and we all agree, I think, I believe it has wonderful potential, River Road, and I know it's $1 million project plus to resurface, rebuild with whether it's tar and chip or asphalt, but I went to every one of those doors out there during the election campaign, and I'm just building what Councillor Mayette is saying, Dave is saying that, River Road, I believe, at some point, I'm really pleased to see it showing up in the 5-year capital forecast. It's another one I'd like to see move up 1 year, 2 years. But if we can't do that, may I suggest this, that Councillor Mayette and I, who are the reps for Saugeen Township, could I request that a meeting take place in the spring, perhaps early summer, with staff, a couple of councillors, Dave and I, where we meet with the residents out there and try to bring to some kind of sense what would make sense for the resurfacing, rebuilding, reconstructing a river road, whether it's tar and chip, whether it's asphalting, whether it's new gravel, fixing the bends. I think that, I sat around this table and for the I remember the residents from River Road coming to these council meetings. And I think they just want to see a little hope that something maybe someday is going to happen. That's why I'm so pleased it's showing up in the 5-year capital forecast. May I request that through you, Mr. Mayor, that a meeting take place with the residents of River Road, and if it's good with you, Dave, that we meet in the spring summer to talk about some form of coming to consensus what they'd like to see, because they're all over the map. Some would like to see one thing, and some would like to see another. But can we at least get to the stage where we can come to an agreement what it may look like in the future?
I don't see any problem with that. I would prefer if they would come as a delegation so that all of committee hears that argument instead of just one or two councillors, so that we can all participate in it. I think that's worthwhile. And to be honest, I think Dave has done some fairly extensive work and consultation already out there, some ideas, I know we've heard things in the campaign, and maybe that's the best way to do it. I don't know. Having a meeting's fine.
Yep. We can have the background meeting too, because when you talk to people in an informal setting, then you get the idea of everybody's got their own opinion, and everybody's not got the same opinion of what they'd like to see River Road as. There's quite a few different variables.
I think and the difficulty is it's very unlikely that you're ever going to get everybody. And those types of meetings sometimes can be very intimidating, and they can often be dominated by one or two people. So, but I just say that, Mike, because that's what happens, and be aware of that.
Agreed. I think the point was to do the meeting, and I hear your point on coming to council again. But I think maybe we can get some things resolved before they come to council. I suggest they come to council as well. But I think we can maybe, at the pre-meeting, come to some kind of consensus. What do you want out here? What do you like? What would you like to see? I know Deputy Mayor Charbonneau's had long chats with the Smiths out there, and there's some pretty cool ideas. So anyways.
Yeah, I think there's been a fair amount of work gone into that, Mike, and I think we can give it some thought. And sure, Dave can we'll go here.
Thanks. Just for information, I notice, since we seem to be just jumping around on the list, I notice you've got, has a C priority, Albert Street, Bay to Island paving. I'm just curious to know why that one kind of bubbled up. That's a fairly new street, and you know, it's why is there a need to spend more money on that road right now as opposed to some of the much older streets in Southampton that would need, like, what put that one on the list? And then I have another question too.
Over half that road is fairly old because it was done years ago, and it's got multiple cuts in it, and it's a very rough road, and it's because of the clay and the silty sand, so it's very hard to get a uniform road bed when you're doing multiple trenches in very wet soil. So, and it only has curb and gutter on one side for a portion of it as well. So all the sanitary sewers are in that's needed at this point, so we thought it was probably time to try to get that one smoothed out.
Okay. Then my other question is, when you look at projecting out over 5 years, Louisa Street, and it just says Louisa Street asphalt, and then you jump over and it's 2017, $92,000. Louisa Street is a street that there aren't services. I think there's services on about a third of Louisa Street.
Yep.
Okay. So when I look at this and when it just says asphalt, can I read into that's not a complete rebuild of the road, which would include the installation of sewer and water all the way down there?
That's correct, because it'll be out of the settlement area as well.
Okay.
The 5-year capital plan is certainly not perfect. We'd like to put a lot more in, but when you put something in 5-year capital plan, something else gets pushed out.
Well, the reason why I asked is that, you know, there are people that are planning to build at the end of Louisa, close to Carlisle,
yeah.
Which, you know, when you build, of course, they're going to be putting in septic systems and whatever. And you know, when you see something like this, asphalt coming out there, it's like, do they wait and whatever? So it's really just asphalt.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Dave, I have a question about something I don't see on here. Just what are any plans for the Island Street drain area, which I've walked down there a couple of times in the last month or so, and it seems to be widening. Some of the rocks are drifting down from the rock cages, and I know some of the residents had concerns about the fact that there isn't a screen over the drain. Just wondering about safety with kids during the summertime.
Yeah, we actually went back down there and relayed some of the gravity blocks to try to make it a little safer. There's no real capital project for it at this point. I'm not sure whether we could even extend it further out because of the Conservation Authority. So it's we can certainly look at it grate, but it's a possibility that it could plug as well.
Oh, okay.
So, because some of the grates we have to take on and off during some storm events.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not exactly sure where we're at in this discussion, but I don't know if we'll carry on or not. I'm going to make one comment, and I guess if we're at the end of the discussion, I might make some more. But we kind of left off near the Waterloo Street reconstruction area, and I had a question about that. Well, two questions, I guess. One, there's a $220,000 grant in there, which is not gas tax. I was just interested to understand what the grant funding was for Waterloo Street. And well, maybe Kate, could you answer that one for me first?
That's the OCIF formula-based grant that's been allocated to this project.
Okay. And then my next question was, what was it, a year or 2 years ago, we had some issues and some concerns raised here at Council about crossing Waterloo Street to Saugeen Central in that area, and some discussion at that time about the potential of either making, trying to alleviate that problem anyway, and the potential that we might look at it during the road reconstruction when we finally got down there. And while we're there, it appears we're going to be there now, and I just wondered if there has been any consideration given to that, to the crossing there, either at, I guess it would probably be at Catherine would be the would be the place where you'd want to make the, was it Catherine? Yeah. I'm getting all confused, yes. And so, anyway, I wondered if there had been any consideration given to that.
The consideration has been just a better sidewalk linkage. Were you asking for like a crossing guard or something like that?
Well, I only raised it because we had said at the time that we were going to be looking at reconstruction down there, and there was some concerns raised by the parents about getting across Waterloo and the speed of traffic through there and whatnot, and there might be the potential to do some treatments there that could either slow traffic down a bit or provide a shorter crossing distance or even road markings. I mean, these were all things that were sort of bandied about time, and up to and including, I know I've talked to Stu in the past about crossing guards and whether that was feasible and whether we could afford that. But I just, I wanted to put it back in the mix at the very least because I think it's a consideration that we should make in that area, only because it was a concern raised very pointedly with council by the parents in the area due to an incident that happened there a couple of years ago. Yep. And I know for a fact that it continues to be an outstanding concern, and one that if there is the potential for us to address through the surface treatment as part of this reconstruction, then maybe we should look at it.
Yep,
thank you, sir.
Councillor Minaj.
So I too have one large discussion for later when we get to the end, but for the Waterloo Street project here, I note that after many, many years of thought, and you can't do that, we did it, and there's a four-way stop at Waterloo and Market Street. It doesn't escape me to think that maybe another four-way stop on Waterloo Street. Now, I understand it has Waterloo is supposed to be a different designation of road. It's not Highway 21, it's the next collector. It's heavily used by traffic wanting to get around the commercial core and get somewhere in a hurry. And so it is a very aggressive place at different times of the day. Would a four-way stop be something that we should be considering for the Catherine and Waterloo intersection?
Do you want to comment to that, Dan? I don't want to put you on the spot, but...
If I can remember, when we did a traffic study, 10-year traffic study on collisions only, Waterloo and Market Street was actually the fourth worst intersection on Market Street, not the first. We fixed the fourth worst one. A lot of the issues with that intersection itself we talked about was looked at the visibility of westbound vehicles for the vehicles that were parked in front of the apartment building alone. Only 4 of the 22 accidents that were at that intersection over that 10-year period were caused by that. The rest of them were coming the other way or coming north or coming south. Only 4 of 22 were visibility from the other side. So there still are, and I'll be providing council at the end of the year with a collision study for 2014, but there are still 3 intersections along Waterloo Street that are high collision areas. So the three that were higher because Catherine Mill, Elk, Green.
Oh, yeah, I get that. So all the ones that go to the lake. So all our visitors that don't understand there's a stop sign. Otherwise, it's a long distance from so they see the stop sign on Highway 21 and they go straight through the one or seen it, been there, done it.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to add to that briefly, and there's some good statistics, and maybe if you asked, the chief would share with you. There's a report that comes out fairly regularly showing our accident statistics in all the intersections across the municipality. It would be worthwhile to share it. But it's interesting to point out that our most dangerous intersections, or at least on paper appear most dangerous, are our most controlled ones. That's where most accidents happen, or where we have stoplights, our very most controlled intersections. So, I think it's easy to assume that by adding regulation and adding control that somehow we make the intersections safer, but that doesn't bear out in the facts. And so I think that there's more to it in these areas than just that. And But I would encourage you to go and look at the statistics and ask the chief to share the statistics with you, because they're very eye-opening and give you a real sense of what some of the priorities maybe ought to be or what some of the solutions might be. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Go here.
I guess I have some comments, but I'm just looking for a little direction in terms of, because we've got some chunks of material here that we haven't.
We've kind of wandered off, and I think we need to get back on our
So
if we're going to get this thing done.
I would like to, because I was going to wait till the end, but I would just like to, if we sort of look at the way that their representation was here, if I can just, and then perhaps you can get us back on track. Since we've already passed over drainage pits, I'm just curious, Dave, is there a possibility, since we had such success with the blue paint on the sidewalk in Southampton, we sort of have an old-fashioned way of dealing with drainage pits. Is there any opportunity to try some bioswale, different approaches to it? Is that part of the plan? Are we doing very much of that yet, to imagine a different way of dealing with drainage that's more environmentally cool these days?
No, the drainage pits is a very environmentally safe and productive product, because we're actually just introducing the water back to the ground and through mostly stone. So we're already doing that. The bioswales take a fair bit of real estate, and we have to try to contain so much water in a short period of time that the bioswales would probably just be overwhelmed, and then the water would continue down gradient anyways.
So we're already environmentally cool?
Yes, we are.
Okay, thank you.
Because of the good sandy soil.
Did you have a comment, Councillor?
My question is about the Adelaide Street, the Emerald Huron. Yeah, and just in the last couple of weeks, that road from Albert to Emerald has opened up. Adelaide has opened up, and I live on Emerald, and I'm just kind of waiting for an accident there, just because I think people aren't used to the fact that cars, even with the construction equipment there, some of them are just racing right through. They don't have to stop till they get to Grosvenor, coming, down on Adelaide. I'm just wondering maybe what the rationale was there, or if we could even have some kind of temporary warning signs or something to kind of say to people, slow down or something.
So the concern is turning off the highway westbound on Adelaide, and through Emerald or Grosvenor.
They don't have to stop till Grosvenor. And they just kind of, whoop, I've noticed. And I think also people coming on Emerald aren't used to the fact
that
that's opened up now, and the traffic is...
Yeah, we could put a warning sign there. Maybe Dan could look at some police presence as well.
Just till people get used to the new...
Yeah, we can put our traffic indicator signs there too, and just see what the speeds are like.
Great, thanks.
Okay, I think we're at Adelaide Street, Grosvenor to Huron. This continuation of the section that was just completed this fall. It'll be a complete urban reconstruction project. Sidewalk will be on the north side.
Go ahead, Dan.
And knowing that the sidewalk will be on the north side, have we had much communication with the property owners along there? It's a pretty skinny street the way that it is right now, and particularly the Calder property, putting a sidewalk there, you're basically putting it maybe 1.5 meters from their front door. Have we engaged in conversations with those people yet about our plans?
No, not at this point. We will if it continues to be in the budget, and try to give them the idea of what the plans are going to look like.
And in terms of what, and I think it was Stuart that I had a conversation, when you imagine looking down there, the width of the road would be the same as the new road we've put in, just straight down to Huron, correct?
Yeah, it'd be a standard 8.5 meters road. It's a little wider at the highway, the Adelaide Street section, but our normal cross section.
So, should we go forward, I think those conversations should happen sooner rather than later, because there's a lot of vegetation that will have to come down too, because there's cedar hedges very close to the road there too. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a full 66 foot right of way, but it's being used by private properties a fair bit.
Go ahead, Neil.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So to help Diane and Dave then, Dave, you did very well after a deputation came with the Geddes Street reconstruction in Port Elgin, and it was to be the full width, and you reduced it, and you changed and saved vegetation there as well. So is this not the similar kind of path you could take? Pun intended, I guess.
It could be, but usually we like to go an 8.5 meter cross section where we can. It leaves 2 lanes of traffic and then 1 lane of parking, and that's kind of our town standard. Because we're still going to have a lot of vehicles on this street, because it's going to be the most direct access to the beach coming from the south. So we can look at those options, and when it's, if it's approved, we'll look at options and present something to council what we think that street should look like. But right now, we would like to have an 8.5 meter, because we know it's going to give a fair bit of traffic. 8.5 meters will give a little bit of safety for active transportation as well.
So the function of this road is entirely different than Geddes.
Move on.
I think we've already touched this on Albert Street, Bait Island a bit. Clarendon Street, Edward Tanglesia. It's just a section that's in very poor shape, as you can see. Normally, we would like to go full urban standards if we could, but just because of priorities, we think this is going to be a long time before we'd ever be the top of the list for full urban standards, so we'd like to just try to fix what we can with a layer of new asphalt.
I almost missed that. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, did I hear Dave say that they were just going to put a new layer of asphalt? They're not going to full urban standard on that road? That to me sounds like an exception to the past 10-year standard. Why are we doing that?
Because the road is in such bad shape, we have to do something to make it drivable, and staff feel that we're probably not going to get a full urban standard on there because of other priorities in the community.
I think indeed.
I know it's not ideal, but that's a compromise.
I mean, we try to meet that standard all the time, but I don't think that means we're bound by it. There'll always be situations where I think that there's a need that you need to address, and for some good reason you won't go that way. But
okay, but it's almost precedent setting that there's 2 levels of standard now being envisioned for our taxpayers. Some, I mean, well, there's 3 because we've got.
There's many because we have some gravel roads.
We have gravel roads. I get that. I mean, in the urban entity, then there to me there seems to be.
We're all one taxpayer, whether you're in the urban or the rural, Neil, and we have a variety.
No, but we don't have sidewalks,
Well,
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I'm not going to argue with that. Let's not go down there, Neil. This is an exception.
We've actually done quite a few sewer and water projects too, where we just go back to restoration. If it's being driven just solely by a sewer or water problem, and it's not a high priority for staff to try to make a connection like on a Bruce Street or a Waterloo. So it's just something we do, and we're kind of forced to try to make the best use of what funds we have. And in this case, we think this road, needs some upgrades. It's, maybe not as bad as Snyder, but it's a well-used road as well. So it's just a compromise we we're kind of forced to do. Stafford Street, Catherine to Johnson. This is being driven by the condition of the sanitary sewer. And this is upgrade to full urban standard. Catherine Street to Waterloo to Stafford. That's a sanitary sewer that's driving the project, and an upgrade to full standards with the sidewalk.
Dave, I'm just curious. I noticed on the projected sheet you've got this street $230,000 potentially this year, but then 2014 or 2017 it's another $230,000. Why would we not imagine the entire project up front? I'm just curious. Is it just maybe a typo?
What page is that on?
It's page 58. It might just be something got shifted. Yeah. It's convincing that it's a typo.
Yeah, I think it was slated for 2017, and then we got a sewer video of it last year, and figured for risk reasons we should bring it up to the schedule. High Street electrical conversion, getting the hydro lines off the front of the buildings on High Street in Southampton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wonder, with regard to that project, which is a good project, and one that's long overdue, but is there any contribution from Westario on that front? Are we bearing the whole burden on doing that?
Whole burden.
So that's an upgrade to Westario's infrastructure. Like we have to go through, and we'll be upgrading the service to a modern standard for them.
Not really an upgrade there, because most of that system isn't used anymore. Okay. It's got the concrete poles, so they're very hard to deal with and get somebody to certify them. So most of the services are already off the back for electrical on that section of High Street.
But to clarify, the standard Westario has is they will leave their redundant services there until they fall down. So the taxpayer is paying to remove unused Westario services.
It's tremendous, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
I was just going to go a little bit further with, thank you for, that's a good way to put it. Is there any chance that for a slight little increment added into this, we can deal with the unused, totally not in service power lines across High Street, both at the stoplight corner and down in front of, between the Walker House and the CIBC, because they're just hanging there too. Is there any chance we can get that into this too?
Yeah, that project is part of what we did this year, getting services underground, so it should be cleaned up, but it's just Westario's got a fair bit on their plate, and their workforce is diminished, so it's a long time to wait for service at some points.
So what I'm hearing you say is that there's great potential that the over the road ones might disappear too.
But we'll have to work with Westario on their schedule.
I'll just make one other comment to that too, Mr. Mayor. At the beginning, when we were talking about downtown improvement, I think you made the suggestion that you'd like to see all those figures together from throughout the budget to look at what we're spending downtown. This is one of those numbers that we ought to pull in, because this really is purely a downtown improvement project, and we should consider it as such and make sure the public is aware that that's really why we're considering the expenditure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thanks.
Dulles Side Road, concession 10 to County Road 3. This is a very well-used road by a lot of trucks, and it's the bypass for Highway 21 when it's closed, and the road is getting quite wheel-tracked. So it would be pulverized and add additional gravel and then repave. Concession 6, Highway 21 to the rail trail. This is the project that's been kind of on and off for years. This year we had quite a few calls about people running out of water on Concession 6. And when they drill down, they get very poor water. It's just one of those things that, we're trying to find a way to help them, as well as get a linkage from the rail trail down to Goddard Street.
Go ahead.
Since this is one of the few times that we see the expression local improvement charges on a list, could you maybe suggest, and I realize it might not be an accurate suggestion, but what would be the charge that would be applied to those individual properties for their contribution to this upgrade? Because that's what that number's all about, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't have put it the local improvement charges. I would have put it benefit to existing users for the upgrade in sanitary and water. So we're extending the sanitary and water out in that area, and anybody that benefits would be paying that charge. Well, we just got real rough numbers, and it all depends on Saugeen Acres. They have about 54 units, so it's how we treat Saugeen Acres. But rough figures we've got is 11 services for the water would be around $15,800, and sanitary service would be around $9,400 if we're assessing the cost of 20% for Saugeen Acres residents.
So that would mean that an individual property owner potentially could have also required $25,000.
Yes.
I guess my question, we've historically in the past polled people to see what the reception is to that, and we would probably do that again. It would probably be worthwhile to do that again.
Yes. Yep. The problem is out there's not that many properties, and a few are selling, so some people might want additional services which help bring the price down, but because it's kind of mostly services on one side and large lots, it's very expensive to do.
I'm going to go here first, Deputy Mayor, and then Mike.
Well, thanks, John. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first time I heard about this issue was in 2008 when I was sitting down there where Mike Maida is sitting, and Linda Virgo came and gave us a presentation about having difficulty getting water on the 6th and good quality water. And so I'm really happy to see it finally come and taken longer than we had hoped at that time to come back. And it's an important issue. But I remember at the time I made the suggestion, and I'll make it again. The real issue there that those people have is water. I think Dave recognized that, and I just think that this would be an area where we could consider not installing sanitary sewer, where we could consider only running water up the 6th. Because that's the problem. There's no complaints and no issue, at least there weren't. Granted, that was 7 years ago. Complaints about septics. The concern was with water, these people can't get water. We have the opportunity to provide it. And looping it together with a road reconstruction project where we can justify offsetting part of the overall cost through the tax levy makes it more feasible. And what would make it even more feasible is if we could just give them what they need, which is water. So that would be, I recognize and fully appreciate that is not what we typically do, and I know that Dave will have good reasons why we shouldn't do it, but I just see this as being a kind of a special case that it's not really going. It's not an area it's not going anywhere. There aren't that many services on it. Septic isn't an issue, and I think it would be one case where we could consider a special dispensation, if you will, just to run water. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I would think we maybe should go to the residents out there and just see if they're interested, because water is the most expensive there. Sanitary is $10,000, so it's still not that expensive for the service you'd get. They could actually have different severances and different potential. It's in our settlement boundary, which is intended to be fully serviced as well. So we can poll the residents and see who's interested with those prices.
I can just say I'm fully supportive of that. Take the whole project to them, but I guess all I'm saying is if it meets with resistance, which I anticipate there will be at least some, and it becomes a problem, I would just make the statement to council, maybe we could consider alternatives in this case. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also am pleased to see this project show up. I was at Saugeen Acres, like you were campaigning in 2006, I guess. There were 3 properties dug up with sewer problems, septic bed problems, I should say, in Saugeen Acres. And I think, according to Dave, I spoke to Dave about this, and it's an aging septic system situation in Saugeen Acres. It's within our settlement area. I agree having, the importance of polling the residents. It's not going to be a cheap fix. But one of the questions I do have, Dave, is when this resurface, if we did move ahead with water sewer, and the road was resurfaced, rebuilt, so on and so forth, what would the plans, provisions be for off-road, the connecting link? It would probably be an opportune time to connect the trail system from behind Walmart down through to the Gore Drain across the highway. And I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on what I like to see as an off-road trail system, but I think I read somewhere it was a sidewalk. But would it be a lot more costly to put a multi-use trail system, a connecting link that would link up our trail system once and for all to the Gore Drain?
No, we'd probably be looking at a multi-use trail because Bruce County's got an EA that's going to be started very quickly on on 25 or County Road 25 and 33, and we've said to them in the initial stages that we'd look for a multi-use trail on that section of road as well. So we'd probably do exactly the same thing on concession sites.
Perfect. Well, if that project moves ahead, if it does. Thanks, Dave. If that project moves ahead, if it does, it's a C priority, I see. But we look forward to seeing that connecting link if at all possible. Thank you.
And just one point of clarification, the owners of Saugeen Acres are very interested in getting sanitary sewer services to their residents there. So we've been in negotiations and kind of just said, this project's going to be presented to council, and we'll see where it goes from there. It's up to you. Highway 21 drainage improvements. This is a direct result of a project we started in 2009, a Connecting Link project. The province came to us very late in the summer and said, we have this money that they've approved for us for a connecting link, and we had to spend it that year, so we got a design quickly, and then because it went over the jurisdiction of a connecting link into the provincial highway system, we were dictated by the MTO how we can drain in their property. We always try in Saugeen Shores to put a closed system in. We prefer that. We think that's the best way to go. We designed it like that, presented the MTO, and they said absolutely not. So we had to do quite a few modifications to the design, and they, in the end, wanted an open system on both sides of the road. And it has caused MTO and ourselves a lot of problems. So this is the way that we've been negotiating with 2 property owners, potentially, to see what we can do on either side of the road to facilitate an agreement to this. And it'd be improvement to the system that we've left there from 2009. The project is kind of still open because we haven't got clear direction from the MTO yet.
So it will be on the MTO land then, basically, right? Partially on there, or land we may acquire, yeah, okay.
Yeah, and then it would be depending because they've got the jurisdiction. If they approve it, they can take that land as well from the town, but it's one of those things we'd have to negotiate and see what they're...
See if we can get a solution to it. Sure. I think the Deputy Mayor had a comment.
I think Dave answered my question. Just to be very clear, there is no approval from the MTO to do any of this at this moment.
No, they know that we're still looking for a closed system, and they're willing to do it, but on their terms.
So, and since their terms and our terms have not yet aligned,
they've actually compromised in the last couple of months that they would consider a partially closed system, which would be mostly closed. But it's one of those things that they still have said not 100% it's approved, but we think that the compromise is there.
This is another one that we have been wrangling with for a long time. The very first email I received as deputy mayor, mere hours after I was elected, was on this subject. So it's good to see if we're getting maybe a little closer. But I know we'd all be very happy to see it resolved. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
That of all the Connecting Link projects we've done, this is the first time we've actually been forced to build on, a Kings Highway system, and it's just not been a pleasant experience.
Not likely to be any more because they disconnected.
Yes.
Unfortunately disconnected the Connecting Link program. I had to put that description in there. Councillor Minaj, you have a comment, question?
About Bruce Road 25
Okay.
and 33 and Bruce Street. So it's no longer on the 5-year plan. Last year there were $555,000 earmarked to be ready when Bruce County was ready. You just alluded to the fact that you think that might advance. Having done a lot of walking on Stickle Street, which is getting new build all along Stickle Street, there's a lot of traffic, and maybe Dan can share, again, fact, not opinion, but my opinion when I walk Stickle Street and Bruce Street is it's inherently being used as a bypass now. So there is Bruce Street, Falconer to Johnson, which is an important project to help open that up. And then there's Bruce Street all the way to the 6th concession with Bruce County. And then there's Bruce Street from the northern end all the way to the 10th concession, which would certainly make some sense. I would like to have that added to our capital and our strategic plan discussion, especially in light of the fact that there's $107,000 for street light to be installed at Devonshire, which to me is really wrong, and that's an opinion, because we're not opening up Devonshire to the west. So the next logical thing for me to think is that packaging all of this Bruce Street renovation and linking it from 6 to 10, and that would behoove us to put in a light at the 10th concession intersection with Highway 21, I think. So I just like to see us have a longer understanding discussion, Mr. Mayor. When can we have that about how Bruce Street and the county and us work together?
Well, I think if you look at the official plan, that's what is Bruce Street is the arterial road that will eventually go there. It will depend on as that development develops out there, because in my mind, it shouldn't be the taxpayer that does that. It should be the developer that's going to benefit by that extension and all that land down there. So the town, that'll be a negotiation we would have with the developer as that continues to build out to Bruce Street. But that is the long-range plan. The long-range plan is to realign 33 with Bruce Street at County Road 25, and then Bruce Street will eventually be built out as the rest of these streets are in subdivisions 2 to the 10th.
Follow up then. So long-range plan, it's outside of our purview of five years.
You're speculating, and it would depend on how fast that land develops.
No, it's not here. It's not listed in our long-range plan.
Back again, it was not likely going to be the town that's going to build it. It will be the benefiting developer, as he builds all the streets in the subdivision, will build Bruce Street also. That is designated in the plan as an arterial right-of-way.
Last comment then. So development charges to allow us to grow in a planned and controlled manner that we're already taking from different developers could pay towards moving this road forward and make it the arterial road that it's supposed to be. And the future development of residential infrastructure close to the areas that hasn't been developed yet, they will be assessed development charges that could be used for other projects that they're not being, that we wouldn't use it for now. Like, why we're just taking one area of development charges and applying it to something that's important now, as opposed to waiting for that area to be developed.
Simply put, the extension of Bruce Street at the north end is within an approved draft plan of subdivision. So the piece that connects to the 10th is under the developer's control. As the mayor has indicated, we do not own the land at the south end that will be the extension of Bruce Street. We need to wait for the county to finish their EA on the realignment of the CAW Road and Bruce Road 33. There are various charges already included in the development charges bylaw for the upgrades to Bruce Street within the core of town. So there will be some contribution from future development for those pieces of the road as it gets rebuilt, but we simply don't control our destiny for the north and south pieces at this time. What we are doing is working with the developer of the Blue Water subdivision, who is looking at their future phases to try and get the extension of Ridge Street built down to the CAW Road earlier rather than later, because we recognize we need a connection west of Highway 21 to link that subdivision up. I think it's Ridge Street, Dave?
It'll be the extension of Ridge Street, right by CAW's eastern boundary.
So we own that piece of road allowance, and we are working with the developer to move that project forward. We are somewhat in control of our own destiny for part of it, and we are, as part of the phasing plan for the Blue Water subdivision, looking at making sure that connection is made. So there is a long-range plan in progress in that respect. It's just not going to involve Bruce Street at the south end, because that plan isn't even subject, or that part of that street is not subject to an application to develop at this time. It's privately owned. So if we want to build it, we got to expropriate it.
Okay. Let's break for lunch. We've done the roads and roadsides. We're all going to be... No, we do have a fair amount of stuff, but I think we'll get through it well. So the next on the agenda is, I think, if there's no more about roads and roadsides, is bridges. Go ahead, Dave. No, sorry?
There's a couple of streetlight projects, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Dave.
Urban Forestry Management Plan. Project will provide recommendations and guidance to manage the urban forest, limit our liability, and look at mitigating the effects of the emerald ash borer. So we'd be actually doing that with a consultant.
Thank you. Good to see this. I have a couple of questions and then a comment. I know we were attempting to have somebody on staff get some training in the arborist kind of category. Have we gotten very far with that?
We have a member that's an arborist.
Pardon?
He is an arborist, yes.
Okay, good. This would appear to me to be very much related to roadside trees. Or is it a more encompassing the community sense of the assets and inventory go beyond road allowances? Or am I reading too much into this?
I think it's in the urban center, so everything is very close to the road and in parks and areas where we have a lot of trees.
Okay, my question then becomes, this is it appears to be research, study, putting together plans and that sort of thing. Is there some place in the budget where there's actually going to be an allocation for trees? Or are we just going to talk about where we have trees and what we need to do? Is there some place in where there's money to put more trees in the ground? Is that in here anywhere?
I think we do when we do some roads and that type of thing, but to start planting trees around, I don't think there's a program for that.
No, when we've actually taken trees out on the town property on a road project, we've actually offered the trees to have to put back on private property. Mm-hmm. So that program has been around for years, and it doesn't add to a lot because usually we try to minimize the damage to trees wherever we can. But there's no comprehensive program.
Okay, what would you then assume would be, what would be the result from this $30,000?
We get an inventory of kind of the age of the plant or the forest canopy and the lifespan, and see where we'd go to try to keep a similar canopy up, and how many trees we'd have to plant per year to try to maintain it for, next 100 years.
Yep. So it is the beginning of what you're desiring to see.
Mr. Mayor, just a quick question with the emerald ash borer. Are we going to be more proactive or reactive to the bug? Are we going to look after and take down most of the ash trees that are along the roadway in the service lines, or are we just going to wait and see?
No, we've been fairly aggressive already doing it where we think we need to, and we'll continue that because it's going to be a lot more expensive to take them down once they're dead than when they're alive and structurally sound.
Councillor Grace?
No, I think Dave was first.
Okay. Did you have a question, Dave?
Yeah.
Matt?
Through the mayor. So this is a $30,000 to do a study, to inventory, and to come back with a plan as to how we're going to manage this?
Yes.
All right. This isn't to start any chainsaws and do any cutting at this point.
No.
No.
They maybe will give us guidance on what we're doing and how we're handling it now, but it's mostly to get a 5-year plan for the future of how we maintain our trees.
And further to Councillor Matheson, have you you've removed some obviously ash trees already? Have you got evidence of ash borer in Southampton?
Absolutely.
You do. All right.
Very bad.
But just Southampton, not further south?
I've never heard of anything in Port Elgin yet.
No. Have you? Okay.
With the trees that have been taken down now, can we salvage any of the wood in any kind of way that would turn back to be an asset for us? Or does it have to be quarantined or?
No, actually, it can be used for firewood, but that's about the only thing because it's not structurally sound or not, good for any other purpose. So most of it's just firewood.
So do we sell that, or what do we do with the wood?
I'm not 100% sure. We used to sell it at one time, and I'm not sure if that program's still around. I forget that part.
Okay.
Yeah, just a quick question. I have a couple of ash trees, and we had them injected, and it turned it around. It was a relatively inexpensive process. Have we looked into that?
Yeah, the injection was very expensive. And
was it?
Yes.
Compared to cutting them down?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
And then to actually safeguard them or get a fairly good guarantee, you had to do it year after year, is what we were told. So.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And it's just important to note, I think for context, you'll have noted in the report that Kate gave us at the last meeting of the last council, one of the cost overruns that we had was tree maintenance. And I know from the Director of Public Works that trees has been, in 2014, was a major cost overrun in his department and a major ongoing issue. So I hope that, and I guess the intention here, just to be clear in doing this, is for us to figure out how to get some control over that, or at least to figure out what our obligations are going to be and how we have to and how we might finance those obligations going forward. And I also know that there's been some issues between property owners and the town with regard to trees that a property owner might want to take down, and the town doesn't view itself as having a responsibility there, or back and forth like this. And trees have become an increasingly big issue for us and an increasingly big expense, and planning for that and getting some control over it is obviously necessary given what occurred in 2014.
And I think maybe back to your question, Dave, is there probably some money in the operating budget to do that tree removal or maintenance on an ongoing basis? I don't know.
Yeah, it's been fairly high for the last couple of years because the tree canopy is aging.
You just don't see it in this budget. In the operations, you'll see money for removing dead trees and trimming and
such. Yep. McEwen and Bridge. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Dan.
Okay, there's absolutely nothing here related to sidewalks, which is okay. It shows up later out. I noticed, though, that there is an allocation here that's asphalt resurfacing annual program. I thought we had a sidewalk annual program as well. And does it show up in operations because it's related to rehabilitation or restoration? Or
I believe it's still in operations because it's
Okay.
not huge sections, it's just sections.
So a
that are
new
required.
sidewalk, the only time, unless we specifically put in a sidewalk here, a new sidewalk would show up when we do road work that, the way you describe it, is complete urban standards.
Capital, yes.
Okay.
So in 2014, we went for an RFP to get a bridge design for McEwen Bridge, and it was under the estimate. So we decided we'd come back to council and see if council's still interested in a design for McEwen Bridge, and we're anticipating putting another $30,000 in the budget and starting that process again. And this was to get a shovel-ready project in case there was any potential bridge funding opportunity.
Okay, go ahead, David.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I went to the bridge consultation meeting about a year ago, and the subject was raised of instead of putting bridges, especially with this is a smaller tributary of Mill Creek, and the water is pretty low. In fact, I think it's probably dry in there during the summertime, only during major runoff, so you get any major flow. But the idea of instead of using the 1920s design of an iron bridge is to put in large culverts as a cheaper way of making these water courses still viable and having people, because I mean the bridge is really only used for connecting front to the back of farms and agricultural uses. It's not exactly on a high traffic road, this one. Was there any thought put into coming up with an alternative design to what we see there now, a trestle bridge?
Most of the time with the provincial regulations, you probably can't put just small culverts in. You still have to keep that waterway open. And most of the times you don't want to do any work in the water. It just causes more problems. So usually the design these days is to put longer structures in and to get further away from the water and do a bridge that way. But we can certainly look if there's any opportunity to put culverts in, but it's not usually been a process that's been allowed in Ontario, because you have to keep the same effective bridge opening for the 100-year storm.
All right, but I've done a little bit of research online and things, and I'm not talking about small culverts, I'm talking about
Yes,
like
yep.
20-foot culverts, right?
Yep, multi-plate arches.
And put two of them in side by each if you need to.
Yep.
But there are an oval culvert as opposed to perfectly round ones, just as an alternative to building a...
We can look in that, but that would probably be part of the EA process, that if this project continues, the consultant would guide the municipality and the public through that process, and you look at options then. But, in this case, the options might be, not that many.
I'd just like to imagine that the consultant's going to consider alternatives.
Yeah, that's part of the EA process.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dave, could you just refresh my memory, McEwen Bridge, side road 2829 or 1819?
2029.
2029. What, if there's been discussions around side road 1819, the bridge on that road?
Discussions on what part of it?
There are three bridges we're looking at, correct? One's scheduled, one has been closed.
Yes.
Correct?
Yep.
Pardon me, I'm just catching up on, I should know this. But 2829 is the McEwen Bridge? Sorry, 1819?
1819, yeah.
And what are the plans for 2829? The bridge in 2829? I got my areas mixed up.
So 13...
1314, sorry, Dave.
Yeah.
One's been closed, and 1819 is the one we're talking about. And what about 1314?
We were just following BM Ross's recommendations that we'd keep monitoring it and still have it in service until further direction from council.
Okay.
And I think it was council's last direction that if we were going to build any of them, we'd rebuild the McEwen Bridge first.
Okay. And then monitor 13, 14.
Yeah, until it goes down to lower than the 5-ton
Okay.
limit.
Thanks for the clarification.
Deputy Mayor Charbonneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the council's concept was that we wouldn't close any bridge that we didn't need to close until we needed to close it, just in case an opportunity came up to rehabilitate it, right? So the point was to try to keep them open and hope that we could come up with a solution. I guess the thing I'm wondering about with regard to the long-term forecast in bridges and culverts is we don't see any sign really of there's no placeholder or no marker there for a bridge rehabilitation. We don't see any sense before 2019 that there's no concept that we might be doing one, just the $75,000 a year for bridge rehab. So I guess the intention there is we're just leaving it off until we come up with a secure number after we do this engineering report. Is that what we're thinking? That's sort of the because there were some numbers. I mean, it's not as though we have no numbers around this. We did get numbers from in the last consulting report we did on the bridges. There are some numbers around this, so it is possible to come up with a number, perhaps not as accurate a number as we might get after doing this on the McEwen, but I'd just like some thoughts from Kate on that.
I can comment. I believe the $75,000 that you see here is actually intended to be spent in 2015, whereas once we get to the operating budget in our engineering department, you will see an annual contribution proposed to be put into a reserve, and that would be to start building up for those future bridge major investments.
I think it is, I was talking to Stuart, and I think it's his intent now that, assuming, looking at all our bridges and then come up with a capital asset management for the bridges, knowing that, here's the capital costs, here's what you should be contributing to replace it. And I think he's going to do that early. He's been working on that project. I understand they're going to do it early in the new year, so we'll have a number for that. Probably not going to like it, but we're going to have a number for it.
Question, if I may, then, Mr. Mayor, because I did in the transfers to reserve, there's a number in right now that we have in transfers to reserve, but it's the standard $75,000 contribution to the bridge replacement reserve. So is there something going to be in addition to that that's being recommended, or is that what's being recommended at this stage?
That is actually separate from this $75,000.
Okay.
It's just a coincidence that they're the same number.
Excellent, thank you.
Because we need about $300,000 per year to start building a usable fund for when we have to start building these bridges. So it's a huge figure, and eventually the municipality has to deal with them somehow. Even, McEwen Bridge, if we're going to rebuild that, then it has to be, in our opinion, the reserve is the way to go. So we're trying to build it up.
There is the alternate option of debt financing the bridge, and that's why having a number and a date on it in the long-term forecast for when we might actually do the construction, in a sense. And I understand you don't have a number, and that makes perfect sense why it's not there today. But so we could potentially work that into our planning in terms of long-term debt financing. It would be a good idea to try to fix a date and a number as soon as the administration feels like it's able to do that.
And I think that Stuart's intent is to get a handle on what the long-term capital costs are, and then council can do what they want with those numbers. Vice Deputy.
Thanks. Can I just ask you, Dave, do we own the bridge over the Saugeen River yet, or is that still in provincial jurisdiction?
No, we always owned it. It was part of the Connecting Link, though.
Okay.
Connecting Link's no
And
more.
there's no work required on it, or does that fit into the 75,000 if some kind of report?
No, we've had a project last year, and it's part of the budget that we're going to be fixing the sidewalk stringers this year. So it's a minor project, but come, say, 7 to 10 years, it'll have to be another repainting job, so it's just major dollars as well.
What would you guesstimate would be the replacement cost for that bridge?
That one's about, BM Ross has got it at 12 million, we had it around 15 million to replace it. bridge rehabilitation. This is just to keep the bridges up into a good state of repair, and it's something we do every year, just minor spot repairs, nothing major in these ones. Rail trail lighting. This is the type of rail or lighting they're proposing at the rail trail at Highway 21. Yes.
Just curious, I know some solar projects in the area that are solar powered devices that are failing because there's not enough sunlight. Do we know factually that solar power will work in our community?
We have some solar lights already on the some of the trails in the rail trail and Emerald Estates, and they seem to be functioning fine. In the wintertime, it could be certainly an issue of a lot more cloud.
Make the comment that this recommendation has really come about as a result of some conversations that have been going on between Rail Trail's stakeholders at the call of the Director of Community Services. A number of stakeholders have met a couple of times over the last year or so to talk about the rail trail crossing and options that might be considered for that crossing. And I think this has really sort of risen out of that as an option to improve safety to some level and to create a sense of place there that might improve the quality of that crossing. So it's a piece of a larger discussion, and that's why you're seeing it here. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councillor Myatt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Being that it's a rail trail crossing is a priority echo or E, what's the chances of it bubbling to the surface, even though it's only $15,000? It seems to me it should be a higher priority than E if it's a safety issue.
Well,
you can do that.
Yeah, it was just something the staff thought would be a good idea to try to put some light on that situation, because we tried various things with the MTO and have failed in all accounts. When we proposed some things during this construction that seemed to be very practical and low cost to the MTO, they refused our requests. So this is about the best we can do to try to help that situation out.
And the MTO is okay with this?
No, we'd have to get still approval, but I believe they know about what we're intending. We'll still need a permit, and it'll have to be so far away from the travel portion of the road as well as their criteria.
Councillor Minaj.
So I would ask, Mr. Mayor, that I believe the installation of a light there is because it's a safety issue. So safety issue is Category A, that we should move this to a Category A. And I'd also ask that there's another light that's missing that we missed somehow in our deliberation, and that's on the piece of road right in front of the Habitat for Humanity development that was completed this year. It's very dark there. There's one or two missing lights that connect the commercial business park to Wellington Street. So that to me is an additional safety concern, and I'd like to see it added. Thank you.
Thank you.
UPS backup units for the traffic signals. This will allow 4 hours of full run time and another 2 hours of flash mode. We've currently got 4 intersections that are equipped with this backup power. It's very useful. They keep functioning in power outages.
I'll just make the comment on that one, Mr. Mayor. I see that staff has ranked that as a B. I would say it's from my perspective, a lower priority in that the intersections function as four-way stops and power outages, and that's standard, and it seems to work all right for all the power outages we have. I would that would be one that I wouldn't mind seeing delayed. I don't think it's a top priority as far as I'm concerned. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Minaj.
I tend to agree, but my understanding that the discussion that was had prior when these units came up was how much it cost to mobilize staff to reset lights and to patrol, possibly the police to be there because they're busy intersections and even though they're four-way stops. So are we incurring an expense that we don't need to incur, or should we be looking at the expense on X number of power outages per year saying it's going to cost us $10,000 per year incurred expense on staffing costs to reset or to police these areas?
Dan, would you like to answer any of that?
Just as a brief note for us, and I agree with Luke, it's basically I put out probably 6 or 8 press releases in a year that when there's no Hydro 2, the traffic light's treated as a four-way stop. Four-way stops actually create very polite drivers at that point, but not at those intersections. So if it's very busy, we try to pick and choose which lights we're going to try to put somebody at. So if we find there are certain areas that are busy or accident prone, we'll put an officer there to try to direct traffic. We have so many lights now, we don't have enough officers working to cover them all, and we still have to answer the other calls that are usually during the times of power outages like that or flickering. We're dealing with alarms and accidents. So generally, we don't have the manpower to do it. So we're kind of prioritizing ourselves, but we try to.
Vice Deputy Mayor Huber.
The report, Dave, says that the $20,000 is for several. Do you have a sense of how much it costs to put this sort of equipment with one light? Like
It's just,
when it says several, how many would we be able to cover? Would we get the rest of them done?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's just more or less a large battery that maintains the power.
Move on.
Crosswalk update for pedestrian crosswalk at the north end of Southampton. So it'll also be a study to see if that's the right place for it at Clarendon or whether it should be moved somewhere else. And it would be the same type that's on the Gustavus Street by the high school.
Councillor Grace.
Yeah, I wonder if you could explain the difference between an exiting crosswalk and a signalized crosswalk. I've had some people express concern about safety of crossing at that particular.
At this one here?
Yeah.
Well, this is the old standard and is still applicable, but the new standard or the upgraded standard is something that's closer to the Gustavus Street where they're actually signalized intersection with the normal signals that everybody's used to seeing.
Okay. And so that's something that people could control with pushing.
Yes,
a
same
button
as it's the same as at the high school or
Right.
the McDonald's crosswalk where you can actually call the signal.
Okay. I think what the people I've spoken to in the area, this is, I'm thinking of a young mother with a couple of little ones, and she's felt like drivers just really don't, just kind of ignore this, and she sometimes feels like she's crossing, at risk of her life there, that there's not enough, that there's not enough alert or whatever so that drivers pay attention to this. But, so it sounds like it would be a good thing.
Yeah, it's kind of an upgraded level of service, and I think people do pay more attention to the traffic signal lights they're used to seeing at any signalized intersection.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Deputy Mayor Huber.
What are we doing with the Morpeth Street one? It was in the budget for this year.
I think it's going in the first thing in the spring.
And still at Morpeth?
I think so, yes.
Councillor Myatt.
Mr. Mayor, I think I missed an opportunity. We're talking about street lighting, I think, unless it's under operations. But I'll throw this request out. It's a quick request. I've had a couple of requests from individuals between 4th concession through you to Dave from 4th Concession to Saugeen Beach Road. I've suggested they write letters into staff to be making this request formally, but I also indicated to them I bring it up at these meetings, but they indicated there was maybe a shortage of one light, a dark spot, where those new houses are being constructed between 4th Concession and Saugeen Beach Road. There's 3 new developments there. I think there's 3 more to go. And a couple of residents have indicated that there's a dark spot, and they've asked for a request to consider light in that area. I'm just asking if you would at some point take a look at that.
Yep.
Councillor Madison, then we'll go here.
Mr. Mayor, the Clarendon Street crossing is probably the hardest street to get in and out of in all of Southampton. Now, Vice Deputy Huber just asked if we're getting a new one at Morpeth Street as well. That's coming in the spring.
Crosswalk, yes.
Crosswalk. Now, with the construction and added roadage at the Tim Hortons Max Corner and now Adelaide, are we looking at anything for the crossing at Tim Hortons Max as well?
Not at this time.
Not at this time, because that's a very high traffic area. A lot of pedestrians coming and going across there from the factory into Tim Hortons, into Max, and down to the beach.
I think Stu's looked at the area there and still determined probably Morpeth is the best place for the crossing. And you can certainly take a look at it and get council's input on it as well.
The other thing is, and this is for Chief Rivet, a lot of people don't follow crosswalk guidelines anymore, and you notice a lot of people pulling out and passing vehicles when they're stopped for crosswalks. That's the danger spot.
We've noticed that. We give out lots of tickets for it. Most of the people in this room, when we first learned crosswalks, it was you put one foot on the pavement, you put your finger out, you're waiting for the vehicle to come to a stop. Now people are wearing their earbuds and they're playing on their toys and just push a button and watch their cars. But people don't treat it the same as a light. So Public Works has done very good in the time that I have been here at slowly upgrading to the better stoplights. I think they are safer, but there are some places where this exact scenario works very well. It's just we continue to give out tickets, and some people will get the lesson.
So in terms of what we've done before, there was a staff report council received in the fall, particularly dealing with traffic movements in that particular stretch of road. So there's a little bit of research we could get you if you wanted. And the intersection is planned to be signalized at one point down the road. So the new intersection that was just installed.
That's the Adelaide Street?
So that partially answers, because I believe a deputation to council made it quite clear that they viewed the Morpeth crosswalk was not as needed as it would be at the new commercial development area. What's that street? Emerald?
Adelaide.
Emerald, yes, not Adelaide. Emerald, And another point, I would like to know strategically, for planning and thinking, traffic circles versus street lights. So my daughter lives in Kitchener-Waterloo, and they're now putting traffic circles where they had four-way stops in the middle of housing urban development. So what is our cost differences between running an intersection street light and developing a traffic circle?
The roundabout or traffic circle is going to be more expensive for the developer to do because of the more land and more curb and more structure. But in the draft plan of Lord Elgin Estates, they've got two still proposed, one on Bruce Street and one on Devonshire.
So I'm sorry. So what's the cost difference between an annual cost on running a traffic light, repairs, upgrades, cost for electricity versus the installed cost? I'm assuming a traffic circle or a roundabout is virtually cost-free, other than cutting grass maybe or looking after vegetation, over an asset management consideration for 40 years plus. But we have annual costs for street lights, stoplights.
Yeah, we'd have annual costs for the roundabouts too, because they have a lot more signage. But it's true that we would prefer to have roundabouts. The traffic keeps moving and no mechanical, electrical to worry about.
But in terms of a retrofit there's a lot more property required. You can't get a roundabout and a standard road allowance at a cross intersection.
Move on, Jim.
Wastewater, Eugenie and Bricker Sewer. This is a section that's a high priority because of addition of sewer. Elga Street, Goddard to Bricker, another section of poor sanitary sewer. These two would be just restored back to the existing cross-section. Sanitary sewer condition service or survey, $50,000 to have a remote control video of the services, and they'd be GPSed and put in their asset management system. Various water main projects. These would be completing some looping and some upgrades on some low systems, especially on the Southampton Beach system. Any other questions for Public Works Engineering?
Deputy Mayor Huber.
I'm just, I see that there's $1 million in here for the Port Elgin Water Tower for next year. I seem to recall, I don't remember if it was last year's budget talks or sometime in the middle of the year, we did talk about the need to repaint the water towers. And I realized this is a replacement of the water tower, right?
Yes.
The Southampton, repainting the Southampton water tower, that's not anywhere in the long-term forecast anymore?
No, it's in good shape now. The issue was the Port Elgin tower, that if we weren't going to go to a new structure with glass fused, we would still have to maintain that, and you wouldn't let it go very much longer before you did that full restoration. So now the thinking from staff anyways was to go to a new structure, glass fused panels, no maintenance, and then we can get a taller tower and a little bit more capacity as well. Or not a taller tower for pressure, but we get a bigger capacity tower to help this storage, water storage.
And it's $1 million price tag next year, potentially.
Yes.
What's the situation with the Southampton tower? What's its lifespan? And
the Southampton tower is in very good shape. We usually get them videotaped every 5 years. So it's showing a little bit of stress on the outside. The inside is in very good condition.
Thanks.
Councillor Minaj.
So can we just have an update then as to the $1 million? Is it hard for 2016, or do we have some room to wiggle on the Port Elgin water tower replacement? What's our wiggle room in years?
We have to make a decision on that tower because it hasn't had any TLC for years, and if we're going to keep that tower, then we should be either refurbishing it, complete repainting inside and outside, but that cost is probably 50% of a new rebuild. With glass fused towers, you never have to repaint. So that's why we're saying let's cut our losses and go to the glass fused water towers.
Okay, so just to make some sense of the numbers, every 15 or 20 years you would have to drain the Port Elgin water tower, refinish the inside, paint it, paint the exterior.
Correct.
At a cost of several $100,000.
Probably $500,000 or better, depending on what damages were done, especially to the inside.
Okay, so that changes things. $500,000 is a long way to a new one that life expectancy would be.
For a new one?
For a new one? 50 years?
80 years.
80 years?
Yep.
Thank you.
They're the same technologies that Harvestor Silos had for years, and they're kind of bulletproof.
Thank you, Dave.
Get Councillor Mayette and then Councillor
Mr. Mayor,
Richard.
just a water question, Dave, if I could. I'm backtracking a little bit to a 2014 expenditure, but it had to do with the water meter upgrades, 1.2 million. And is that the part of the project where I had a young fellow come around to my house in the last month or two and change something on the side of my house and to do with the reading of the meters?
Yes.
And so that's the first part of the question. second part of the question relates to. Okay. I guess it's recess. No, the question I had was, Dave, was what I know it's an expenditure that's already been approved and the work's been done, but just explain to me quickly why that project was necessary. What's the payback on the 1.2 million, and when will those meters be scheduled to be replaced again with another 1.2 million? So what's the payback? What was the purpose of the project, and what's the payback on it?
The meters that we changed out were very old style, and they didn't capture any of the small flows. So a lot of the small flows would just not be accounted for. So there was a lot of missed reads or zero reads on the meter bills. So that also affects the sewer and the water. So now we're going to be able to remotely read these at any point in time and get the bills out a lot quicker. When the system's fully functioning, we can send a report out to anybody that's got a leak in their property and say, you maybe should look at your infrastructure. You've got a leak somewhere in your property.
I see. So the readings are done from the road?
Right now they're going to be done from a truck, and then when we get the whole municipality up and running, there'll be towers.
Okay. Was there an expected savings to that 1.2 million, like the payback from it had to be done for?
Yeah, the payback is reduced staff time, billing very quickly, because right now it takes us 2 months to bill, something like that. By the time it reads and get the bills out, and then if people's got questions.
Okay.
And then by capturing all the water that's actually being.
Okay. So in the first 6 months, I don't know when this project started, but do we have any records to date on how we're doing with savings? Well, I'm just wondering if there's any records. I mean, will we see something within a year's time of it being installed? But in terms of some payback with that 1.2 million, I'm just wondering if at some point we'll know how it's going.
This year's been a little off because of the cool summer, so we haven't been producing, or the public hasn't been consuming as much water, so it might not be a good do it this year. It'll have to maybe over a couple of years, but we know we can capture a lot more water, the smaller increments that would have bypassed the meters. We know when we get these up and running, the zero reads are going to be disappearing. These meters have zero moving parts, so they're going to last a lot longer.
Okay.
But that report can be
I'd just be interested on a yearly basis to see how we're doing.
I think part of it too is some of them were just obsolete too.
Yes.
And they just wear out, and there's no savings.
Okay.
It was just part.
Okay.
End of life.
I know it's old business, but I just want to know how it's going to unfold.
Councillor Rich?
Yeah, I just have a quick question about also in sewer operations and water, and it's just from my own knowledge. Under financial plan, it's got 2016, 17, 18, and 19 on both. $1.8 million in sewers and $916,000 a year in water. What's that refer to?
So every 5 years we do a water financial plan, and we're required to do it for water, and we also do it for wastewater. And that sort of takes all of our capital and operating costs and lay them out over 5 years, and ultimately out of that a rate is recommended, a rate increase and an annual rate in order to fund that. So rather than listing all of the individual projects here, we've just put the lump sum as the average annual spending from that financial plan. And then as we get into those individual years, we'll identify the actual projects that are going to be completed in the year. We are going to update our water and wastewater financial plans to be completed in 2016. So we'll have those numbers refined, which is why we didn't put the full detail in this budget.
So, but from that I should take that we're going to see a significant increase in cost in both water and waste?
I wouldn't necessarily assume that. It's reasonable to think that our last financial plan was fairly accurate. They'll definitely be updated, but it's reasonable to think that they would be around the same number annually as they have been over the last 5 years.
Mr. Mayor, quick question about last year's winter with the frozen water mains that we had, water lines. We had quite a few of those throughout the town. Were those replaced, or is that just an oddity, and are we looking at ways to prevent those in the coming winter?
Most of the ones are probably 95% or better were on private property where the frozen started. So we've got a list of those properties, and if it's another hard winter, we'll be putting those notices out to those people that they can run their water to make sure this doesn't happen again. And in the past, we've had a list probably over 100 people, earlier in amalgamation days, and we've got most of those straightened out now.
So ones that would have occurred, say, on town property underneath the roads, were those taken care of, or is it?
Most of those, they determined it wasn't the town's problem where it started, because most of ours are close to 5.5 feet, not them all, but most of them. Most of them started on the private property side because they're so shallow.
Thank you.
The odd one is, possibly our problem.
Vice Deputy Mayor Huber.
Just a quick question. The water meter replacements, we're finished with that now? The whole community that needed it has been taken care of?
No, they're still trying to get a few people, and they're, I think, down to about 100 where they're hard to get a hold of. So they're kind of chasing those few, and they're still putting on transmitters in some of their areas. So they expect it'll all be done by the end of December, other than they might have some people have already headed south and closed up for this year. Lion's share has been done.
That's it. Me too. Well, that's Councillor Menage.
I just trying to find the back page that said that the water treatment plant HVAC for $86,000 was completed in 2014. So if that's true, then we know somebody who knows how to complete HVAC problems. So if not, then is it time we looked at including an HVAC technician on staff?
Yeah, maybe. Sure. Another new hire?
Yeah, we could use any other trade. So, yes, we kind of went with a passive system to do that. So what we've done there is put strategic located one portable dehumidifier unit in the basement, and then wrapped all the main piping in the pipe gallery. So it's been successful so far.
Any other questions? Thanks very much, Dave. Big part of our budget. The next item then is community services, Jane, and away we go.
As part of your full budget package, I also included a community services package with some background information on the projects that I'm going to present today. So hopefully it wasn't so overwhelming for you and you had an opportunity to read some of that background information. We'll start off with parks. We've got a number of proposed projects slated for 2015 if approved. The first one is a lookout at Miramichi Bay, and this is a recent one that's come to light that we've had an individual from the community express an interest in donating some funds to another lookout, and it would be on the southwest side of Miramichi Bay, similar to the one that you're seeing now. We've erected two of them over the last number of years as part of the North Shore Trail, and not only are they beneficial for people who are using the trail with mobility issues and they want to stop and take a break, or it's just a nice spot to watch the sunset. So we've gotten quite a few high recommendations, and we look forward to putting another one in. The police park has been in our 5-year capital forecast for a number of years. It's located immediately beside the Chamber of Commerce. It would fit nicely with the changes that the Chamber of Commerce have recently done with their facade improvements. It's a physical and operations improvements for the area, opening up the park to make it more visible, and possibly removing the former fountain basin could possibly be considered. You can see it there a little bit in the corner. That fountain has not been used for many, many years. We try and beautify the existing fountain basin as well as we can with our horticulture department. Certainly, we would be considering the streetscape plan and the Port Elgin Toolkit plan, brand plan as well, in developing the theme for this parkette. And consideration could also be given for an EV charging station for electric vehicles in this area. We certainly have heard that that is an enhancement in the downtown area, and this potentially could be a location. So I've provided a couple of pictures there of the existing park, if you haven't been in that vicinity in some time.
Process then, Mr. Mayor, do you want to talk about each one of these as we go through, or we want to wait till later? Okay, so my question would be, I absolutely agree with the electrical vehicle potential. I think that the province is asking for us to look into that too, and maybe that's another strategic plan thing that we need to consider how and where and when and why. For me, the bargain in this piece of property, if we're going to redevelop it at all, is to claw back 6 or 8 parking spots for the community and downsize the overall effect of the green space and look at an opportunity here. This is close enough to some core retail that parking area would be beneficial, I think.
Vice Deputy Mayor Huber.
I completely disagree with paving the park to make it into a parking lot. That doesn't work for me at all. But that's another discussion for another time. I did want to go back, since if we want to talk about these as we go through. I'm curious to know the lookout at Miramichi Bay. I agree completely that those are nice additions to the North Shore Trail. I am curious to know, though, the way that the report was presented, it says staff has been approached by a donor to construct a lookout, but the donation isn't matching the actual construction costs of the lookout. So I'm curious to know why, in this case, a donor is basically asking the tax base when we don't give that same privilege to a lot of other opportunities. So is there a possibility of lookouts being sized or reconfigured to match the donation? And I don't disagree with adding more of these in there, but it's just the way that this sort of came about. It's the donation came, but the donor would expect, I think, somehow or other their name to be attached to something, but they're not paying for the entire thing. So can you just maybe add a comment or two to that?
Sure. First of all, the donor is not interested in having their name on it. Secondly, the total cost of $8,500 is in keeping with our other 2 lookouts that we have constructed, which in our opinion is a realistic size for that vicinity. If you were to try and design something for $5,000, you certainly wouldn't get the aesthetic look that you currently have in the existing 2. This would not be the first project that we've received a donation that we've come to council to ask to enhance the amount, I'll say, in order to provide a project that is appealing to the standard that we're used to.
Okay, Councillor Mayette.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. With regards to the police parkette, first of all, no disrespect, but I had to research to find out where police parkette was. I had never even heard of it. I know the number of the other parkettes, and I was as you know, Jane, chairing the Parks and Trails Advisory Committee for the last term. And I don't think it has a high priority, at least it didn't with us, because we never really talked about it. And I don't know whether paving it over for parking space is quite the appropriate way to go either. But it would occur to me that, and we all know there's a bit of stir going on with the BIA and their priorities, which was Coulter Parkette, which they've kind of adopted as their farmers market, and they in fact have money to spend of their own in matching dollars or otherwise to put into Coulter Parkette, which I think is a much more visible and used location, particularly on Wednesday mornings, but it's also right in the downtown core where this one's kind of off to the side. I would like to see Coulter Parkette raised in priority over Police Parkette, even though it may or may not have been on the 5-year plan.
Right.
I know it's got panned a couple of times here, but I'm really thinking about what Neil said there. We have an issue, an issue that's been ongoing with parking. They're causing some problems with us proceeding on a whole bunch of things, and one of the things it's preventing us from proceeding with is a lot of other greening in other parts of the core. Things that like bump outs and things that are all in the Port Elgin Streetscape Plan that are almost impossible for us to do at this point because we can't take any of the parking away to address, to put those bump outs in. By converting a property like this, I think you could probably keep a lot of the trees that are there and whatnot and pick up a lot of parking. It connects to an existing parking lot behind it. You could take the edge off that problem, add a lot of parking back. You could allow Public Works to move forward with Gustavus Street intersection improvements, which are currently basically defunct or sitting there not able to be done because of the controversy around parking. I think it needs to be. I think it would be worth looking at. I think it would be worth going back and talking to the stakeholders down there. It'd be worth taking a look at a potential design. I really think there's a lot of potential gain. I know, and I completely understand why the Vice Deputy Mayor and Councillor Mayette don't want to see us pave a park. I think that's obviously got horrible optics, and not something that you want to try to do. But we should look at it. We should look at it because there's the potential we could gain a lot more green space and be able to make progress in a lot of other areas if we took that approach. So I think it's got potential and maybe a whole other way to look at this parkette, which I think the Councillor Mayette is right on, that it isn't very well used, and I think the Director of Public Works intention, the Director of Community Services intention is to make it better used, but maybe there's another use that could get us more traction with it. So I'd appreciate maybe staff taking another look at it from that angle. I think Councillor Minaj raises a good point for discussion, if nothing else. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, go here. You were first. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mike Myatt.
I agree 100% with Deputy Mayor Huber. I don't think it warrants discussion personally. And if Council decides you want to discuss removing a park, then so be it. But we have a wonderful park beside the post office, one small, tiny piece of green space in our wonderful cenotaph. We've got a tiny little sliver of green space at Coulter Parkette, and we've got a tiny little sliver of green space at the Police Parkette beside the Chamber office. And I'm surprised we're even having this discussion around removing what little green space we have in downtown Port Elgin. If Council wishes to further discuss it, so be it. I most certainly will go on record by saying right now I'm not at all in favor of removing that tiny piece of green space. I think hopefully, like we've done at the Port Elgin Library, where we purchased a piece of land for additional parking west of the highway. I don't know what lands may become available east of the highway around this little park area, but I think there's got to be other ways to find parking spaces other than removing what little kind of green space we have in our downtown Port Elgin. So that's the stance I have. I feel very strongly about not removing that little part.
I think I'm going to go to Dave here, but I think really the discussion is whether we're getting into the design of something that we haven't even approved in the budget yet. So I appreciate everybody's comments. The discussion should be, are you happy with the $25,000? And then we can have and maybe if we're not even close to coming to the design, we should take the $25,000 out this year and put it in next year. And that would suit me just as well. But go ahead, David.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a point of clarification. What I said was I'm not sure if paving it over for a parking lot is the right way to go, and it just means I hadn't considered that. One way or the other, I think it would merit some more consideration as to what we do with this piece of property, whether it's rehabilitate it or repurpose it.
if and when we get to, I think that the discussion is, are you happy with the 25,000 in the budget? So, sure.
My comment to that, only, Mr. Mayor, would be that we ought to defer it and look at it in more detail.
Agree. Do you defer it till to the next year? Right?
I think there's some merit to removing the fountain. So whether it's a total retrofit at $25,000 or it's $5,000 just to get that concrete out of there and put some sod down, I think if the space was opened up, it would become what it will become.
Sure.
But the fountain's in the way.
Okay. It's likely to come out anyway, so you can probably. So I think we've had a big discussion about $25,000 here, and we've a lot more money to consider. But there's some good ideas around it. Let's move on.
Jane, can you go back to the mapping? Can you, just for reference purposes, didn't when we enabled the creation of the, I can't think of the name of it, the new construction up there, didn't we assume some parkland area that's just to the north of that too? So there's a big chunk of land there now that's sort of coming into the public realm. Do you know what I'm talking about? Yeah. So where you did your laser pointer up from Sandhill or Sandpiper, I think if you went directly north from that, I think the municipality, we got that land in a, so there's a nice chunk of land sitting there that potentially will create that destination park over a period of time.
It was pointed out to me, Mr. Mayor, that when I was on Port Elgin Council, that we took a lot similar to this and sold it so that we could add money to the Parks Reserve to further develop Cameron Park. The way I see it visually, I'd never known about it until now, it looks to me like there's an opportunity there to sell a lot, if it's all town-owned land, and use that money to further, with a public walkway to the left or to the right of the property, and use that money, I suggest a substantial amount of money these days, probably $70,000 plus, to enhance park opportunities and to do more of the trail connecting that is being suggested. So is there an opportunity for staff to come back with a larger or more encompassing report that looks at that as an option?
Just as an observation, I completely understand and agree with the idea of a discussion, because certainly we've had it over my 2 terms on council about the potential to sell some pieces of land that are just kind of sitting there, whatever. This is not one of those pieces of land, though. This is a collection of land. There's a lot of the reason why we were given some of the land in the subdivision agreement was that it wasn't buildable, so it's environmental hazard land, or otherwise, not really acceptable for a building lot. But this would not be one of those places where I would sell off a piece of land, because this is a package that's coming together, and certainly access to the rail trails there, prime location on the highway, but there are definitely other opportunities to do what Councillor Minaj is referring to, but I wouldn't put it into this category.
Mr. Mayor, I think this is a great idea. I was in conversation with former staff from the Parks and Rec, Rob Betch, and he's doing one of these at his location as well. Do you have any idea of the number of people who use this facility?
I don't have a tracking mechanism at this point, so I can't answer that, no.
Now, is this complete? Is this all pieces through the unit?
That's all the equipment that will be installed in this particular area.
I think these are great. I think we should have in every community all over the state. It's bringing the people out, and part of the healthy, active living aspect is great. Thank you, sir.
Arching, the swing, I think swing has been removed. Is it intended to remove that? No, I don't know. Is there swing set installed there? Is there other playground equipment going at that site besides the sit and stadium?
And no swing is scheduled to go there. Okay. And when I say O swing, we like to call O swings because they're not individual swings, so they're accessible for people with limitations that can use swings while multiple people can go on them.
Just one quick question about this one. When we toured originally, when the equipment was first installed, you were talking, there was some concern from neighbors about it being right there in the front yard. I think we were talking about berm with some heads there. Is that part of this project?
Berms were put in for 2014. It was increased and planted as well. All so right. That for that purpose as well.
All right.
Neighbors,
so about their privacy curtain. They've been by there for a little bit. Thank you.
Park signage, we continue to put out park signage through the signage strategy on an annual basis, and particularly in our trail systems, they've been well received. They indicate obviously who can use the trail and at what times. So we'd like to continue doing that, and they certainly give a holistic look to our trail systems and our park systems, and we'd like to continue with that program.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For you. Once again, this is a really good illustration here, and I brought this up at our Parks and Trails several times, and even with staff. You'll notice the lower sign says dogs must be on a leash, and it says as per bylaw, that's 2004. And the upper sign says no motorized vehicles on this trail, but it doesn't say as per bylaw of any sort. So I've always been under the impression that if there's a bylaw and there's a sign that put up there to enforce the bylaw, in order to actually charge somebody, and the rail trail is, this is your trail, the rail trail is one that comes to mind as where it says no motorized vehicles. I'm not advocating that motorized vehicles should be using that trail by any means, but without there being a bylaw in place, how enforceable is that sign, or is that sign just a guideline? Thank you.
Basically, when it comes to areas like this, when you're this big, looking on sign direction, that's what they're doing. It's a bylaw. There's a specific bylaw. Current dogs have a dog official leash. There's a specific bylaw to it. They post a bylaw in charge of the correct sign. So anything on that stop sign, basically, it's doing that if you where it is. So,
So hearing you say that, is there potential, because this is a great example too of, the sign at the top is clean, crisp, it looks new, it's it kind of matches the vibe, so to speak, of what we're going toward with signage strategy. If that bottom sign wasn't there, do we have to very specifically quote the bylaw number in order to have a bylaw charge? Because, for example, we have a parking bylaw that says, if there's a sign that just says no parking, it doesn't have to have the number on it. So if that bottom sign wasn't there, do we still have any potential to do some animal enforcement?
Yes, but that's our ability probably or specifying a condition of court.
The reason why I asked is that, at some point in the discussion, because waterfront strategy was all about having nice, clean, crisp, appropriate signs at each access point, then we were gravitating towards more what you see at the top, which is just symbols. And, of course, as soon as you have to put a lot of words on a sign, it just clutters the sign. So I guess I was kind of hopeful that maybe this was just that the bottom one hadn't been removed yet, because I like to look at the top one, and it's really too bad we have to be in people's spaces for them to realize that they have to cut after the dogs. Thanks.
And those signs are strategically placed. Those signs aren't the bottom ones, are not all address signage.
Thank you, sir. I don't know if you guys went through how you guys did your priority rankings. You all got together, did all the departments prioritize everything just inside the departments, but I know that this is was ranked a C, I think, and the ranking and gateway signage is ranked an E. And I would just say that in my view, gateway signage, all the signage, it's a priority signage. It's important to know what town you're getting into before you know what the rails are in the town. So I would say, I would reiterate, and I said this in previous budget, I would say, remove all other signage projects. My personal preference would be to remove all other of these signage projects for this year and prioritize gateway signage, final money that started signage towards getting the gateways done. That is my opinion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Doug Espiner, Diamond, this is another good partnership with the local Irvine Ball. They're looking at working with STS Class Pet Help, and we've worked with them for a number of projects, and this is another great one too. It's Bug Outs at Beaner Park, and what we're looking at is a partnership with, they will certainly donate $3,000 if we can match out $3,000 as well. And certainly would enhance Beaner Diamond and get players out of the sun as well, so to have a safety factor.
Make comments. I'm encouraged to see this here, and glad to see those who know my role is working on this, and glad to see the community services brought forward. I just want to make a general comment about all these projects. We have partners like this one, there's the Streetlight one, there's the first part, the Jane Doctor Army Lookout, the Emergency Bay Lookout, where we have strong funding partners offering up 50% or more of the money. I guess what my statement is just to commit to the top as you take the budget back and look at it is, I very much like to see the budget this one come back, where we have strong partners, because I think that those are ones I hate to disappoint partners come forward with $50 and I think I just think it's great for us to encourage partnerships like that and try to, as best we can, fund those projects, and this is a small one, we have to do them in there, and I just want to make that comment. Thank you, sir.
Cameron Park irrigation has been for a number of years. Our surf management program for municipal fields is certainly crucial for the safety and the overall experience for patrons. We do have irrigation on our soccer pitches, and we've received nothing but positive comments from our users on soccer pitches. Unfortunately, we don't have them as part of all fields. And to complement irrigated fields, our turf management practices of fertilization, seeding, rolling, and aeration certainly has increased our level of our soccer fields, and we certainly would like to have the same level of service in our ball fields. I've shown you just an aerial view of two diamonds there, and certainly it would be an enhancement to some of the efficiencies for our employees who currently take water wheel out to water the diamonds.
Mr. Mayor, Tina, question for you, if you could, using water from our town's water system versus taking water from our water source, makes a big difference. I'm just wondering, is this a well source system, or is this paying 85 cents a cubic meter, or whatever the rate is, to pay for chlorinated water?
Right now, there is no well system up there, so we take chlorinated water.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In keeping with the Mayor Charbonneau's partnership program, which I'm close to having been involved in as a partner in soccer and laying sod and digging trenches for inlaid water systems and putting balls in, etc. I really believe that to take a hard line on this, unless the adult world that uses those particular ball diamonds ponies up some good change here, at least $50, I think we should be pursuing this.
Hellywell parking lot expansion. This particular project has been in discussions with minor soccer for a number of years, and this picture doesn't really give it justice to what this area looks like on Grenville. If you can imagine, as teams coming off the field and teams are arriving, this area is a buzz of traffic, and what we have are people pulling off Grenville, nosing into up to the fence, and we have children and people, more children, running around the vicinity. It is a safety issue, and it has been for some time. There just certainly is not the parking up there that we need to accommodate the users at that field. What we'd like to do is, this is a two-phase potential project, with the first phase being identified as doing some excavation, doing some drainage. You can see the water pools to the left, and pushing that fence further towards the soccer pitches to allow for a more defined area for parking. For a future phase, or the second phase, we would certainly look at putting surfacing on that, and that would be a cool surface.
As part of phase one, Shane, I'm just curious. We just recently had a planning application where, in trying to correct a very similar with the access off a road, we were asking a property owner to ensure that they did one in and out and then create parking from the one in and out. Is that part of phase one too? Is there some way to make it so that you bring in and out so that it's not stacking? That would improve the situation dramatically too.
And in some more recent conversations, when I prepared this report, there was discussion where maybe leave the fence where it is, have an entrance into the vicinity, and have that parking area cordon on the other side of the fence, so that there is one way out.
As part of the soccer community, Mr. Mayor, I think that this also should have some partnership funding. It's been talked about for many years, as was suggested. It is a safety issue. The cars actually end up on Dangle Park and end up rear ends the cars on the paved pushing to the road. Also, Hellywell Soccer Field is noted as clearly as being the premium soccer field in the whole of southwestern Ontario. Everybody that's visited there. It's above ground, excellent drainage. Unfortunately, some of it pooled in this area. I think the bear has been noted to be eating strawberries there in the spring as well. So one of the concerns is access for emergency vehicles, and we do want to keep the area locked off so that people don't drive all over the soccer fields. But some system in the future may be consideration for an ambulance to be able to access the field as well. So this whole safety parking issue is a good one, but I think that the partnership should still be there.
Okay. Arlington Street shop improvements. To give you a history on this, approximately 7 years ago, BMTS funded their maintenance facility acquisition, and that was a building up at Perkins Park. And for that building that they've used now for their maintenance purposes, we were given $40,000, and that has sat in reserves for some time. This is up at Arlington Street, and this is the shop that Community Services uses. And in summertime, we have approximately 40 to 50 people that operate out of this building. It's an extremely busy building. We do some recurring up there. We have a tremendous amount of storage up there. And as you can see over the next couple of pictures that I'm going to show you, there is a need for some improvements in that vicinity. We have not done anything, obviously, for a number of years. And staff, try anything within their operating budget, and there is pride in that building, obviously, and they certainly want to make it so that it is more aesthetically pleasing. With the recent project at the River Street washrooms that we worked with the tech class as well for the renovation for the new build for the washrooms on the rail trail, it's even given this vicinity even more exposure, maybe not the best exposure that we want to have. So we'd like to ask if we can take that $40,000 that's sitting in reserve and start to repair, replace, rebuild some of the features in there, starting off with some fencing. Our main headquarters are in dire need of some windows, painting. Staff would certainly like to keep a lot of our horticultural equipment. If we can get a more unison, more better area that we can keep stock of our product out there, would certainly be appreciated. So with that $40,000, there's a lot of work to be done out there. We certainly would like to attempt to get some of it done within that range. Okay. Chantry View Washroom, located on Southampton, right practically in the middle of Southampton Main Beach, really is far from being accessible. This particular area of the waterfront is a desirable place for people that want to come and watch the sunset. It's right along the main sidewalk of the Southampton Main Beach. It's got parking within the vicinity, and for people with mobility issues, accessing this washroom is far from easy. It does not meet the requirements of the AODA, and staff would like to take a really good look at making sure that this building is sustainable, that is accessible for all. And again, it's in a very busy area, particularly during the evenings when people are enjoying sunset walks. And if I can add, typically when we do projects like this, we consult with our Accessibility Advisory Committee. They've done an assessment of the building as well, and we'd like to continue with that process and keeping the part of those discussions.
Thanks, Mary. Is this just an interior renovation, or does it include any of the exterior?
Interior is our focal point, and if allocated, if we've got some funding left, we'd like to take a look at the exterior as well. It is actually the roof that does need replaced. The other thing is we've started to look at some grant potentials that may fall into the spectrum. We feel that we may have some success with some grants too from what we've seen today.
So, Mr. Mayor, the plan will be then to take a look at the Southampton branding documents and whatnot, and carefully walk from work and stuff, and try to make sure that we have and feel in the building if we tour into that.
And more from Master Plan did identify the desire to have all of our washroom facilities the same uniform look as well, so that they're easily identified.
Mr. Mayor, these is showing up in our plan. It is part of our accessibility plan, make our washrooms more accessible. So anybody not have one, making it accessible. And I see priority. There's some funding from reserves that we will use from I think Perkins Park. I think with BMTS, we had arrangements with them to come from part of it. And it'd be nice to see that move from C to B. I know that we prioritize these projects, but if we can see our way to have that washroom renovated this year, I think it would be a great thing and it could be compliance with our accessibility advisory plan. And also, as I mentioned, we already said, but it's certainly a project that could be fundable through whether it's Industry Foundation or Community Foundation, that perhaps that's something we should be looking into.
I've already had conversations with Trillium to make sure that we are compliant with their criteria.
So there's a possibility of moving into the E. I'd like to see them this year. Again, it's just my opinion.
I suspect if it's successful, Trillium will move to be real quick. Councillor Nash.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Jane's absolutely right. During the master plan process, we spoke of the three main washroom buildings: Coles Grove washroom, heavily used; Valley Main Beach washrooms, two of them heavily used, and this one, at least this one. And my hope was that, and we talked about it in our meetings, that we would establish a standard. What is our washroom standard? Not just the exterior look, which we would hope that would be something easily viewed and the visitors would recognize them and wherever they were at one of the best off, but the internal standard as well. What are the expectations internally? What will it look like? And if I thought that we could reduce the $500,000 proposal for Valley Beach to half the cost, put the other half into this building, that would be even more desirable in my mind, is to put these buildings to where our public can see them as special and what they're looking for.
For development, currently we have what Kelgoats have right now in this vicinity. If we're looking at this would be linked to Beaner Trails from Nautical Park, back Nautical Park, to Parkwood Trail entrance. And it would certainly be an enhancement to the extension of the Bush Line Trail that was built last year. Well-traveled area, another opportunity to get people in another direction down to Parkwood, down into this area as well. This is really a continuation of a 2014 project. Last year there were a number of enhancements done to the main office, and if you're not familiar with part of the main office, it's a big building. There's a lot of real estate in there, and a lot of real estate has been unused until last year. We did a thorough cleanup, and it's become a programming opportunity that we've had success with at the tourist camp, and we really appreciated having this indoor space. To complete that project, we'd like to provide an addition up to the front, covered addition. We find that this area is extremely well used by people who are utilizing the Wi-Fi service that's there at all hours, and again, it could be another potential opportunity for programming, and those are the amenities that really make experience at the tourist camp. People are coming up with their families and they're looking for something to do, and these are easy wins that we do, and we've had great success with them, whether it's children's programming or ladies come up and they do Mary Kay Day or whatever they do. This is sort of an enhancement to the tourist camp.
I just have a question for Kate with regard to the financing of this one. It says it's from reserve to the company, but the company in reserve by a $50,000 grant for reserve from operating. So is it from reserve, or is it really tax that we funded?
In both the harbor and the tourist camp, because they are mostly user fee driven programs, the goal was to create a steady contribution to reserves over time, similar to what we do have for other aid funded and other completely user fee funded programs, so that we can find the capital from that reserve contribution, just keep it steady over time, and that will make them more predictable when it comes to whether subsidy towards the tax rate and operating levy, rather than 1 year having $40,000 spent, the next year being 80 and then 20. This will keep it stable over time. You are correct. If we didn't make that transfer to the reserve in the operating fund, we didn't do this capital project, it would be additional $40,000 that would go into the tax levy.
So is there Is this first year, I've never really noted that before, so is the first year on that?
This is the first year we showed it as a transfer in and then over the reserve, yes.
So it would be a real hit to the tourist camp transfer tax levy in 2015. Will feel reduced contribution from tourist camps in 2015 as a result of that transfer.
It does actually coincidentally match what was budgeted to be spent on capital last year from the tourist camp, so there isn't actually an impact, and the goal was to keep that steady over time.
Okay, thank you.
Jane, I had a question about the one of the Southampton tourist camp bathrooms, the second camp. Can't remember who. Okay, when I was there in the summertime, a gentleman took me into the bathroom, which I think had been renovated fairly recently. He had accessibility concerns, but he had brought a chair in, and he was concerned about. I think he wanted a bar, stability bar, and I just wondered if you could update me on whether anything like that has been done, or.
I certainly remember having those conversations early in the summer with the tourist camp managers who have bars put in that particular washroom. But I must say too, with the Southampton tourist camp, the main accessible washroom, we need to have one in obviously in the entire camp. That one main fully accessible washroom is located at the tourist camp office itself. So that's one that we encourage people with mobility limitations to use. That one is fully accessible by AODA. I do remember that conversation, and of course, that's very well.
Probably did. Okay, great.
Moving on to Harbour. Within 12 months, I've had to deal with low water levels, and I'm dealing with high water levels. So it's been an interesting 12 months to say the least at Harbour. I apologize for the quality of photo. I think it was during a really windy day, and maybe it was halfway falling into lunch hour, I'm not sure. But the gangway replacement, you can see a little bit of it right here, and it is underwater. Has not been underwater for numerous years. But in saying that, just because it's underwater isn't the reason why we need it to be replaced. It needs to be replaced because of the age of it and because of the structure of it. What we would look at doing, we have on each side, which doesn't show, we've got two gangways. And what the gangways do is safely assist the captain in launching their vessel, taking it out of the water. And the gangways lead to a launch dock on either side as well. What we're looking at doing is designing such a gangway that would be conducive to the fluctuating water level, so that we know that our water level fluctuates somewhat within 12 months as well. However, the last 12 months is certainly not the norm that we've experienced for the last number of years. So there's certainly a need to have these gangways repaired. We tried to repair them. We're now in a position where they need to be replaced. H-dock upgrades. On a sunny day, this picture was taken. It's somewhat difficult to tell. This is what we call H-dock along here. And at the time when the electrical conduits and junction boxes were installed, they were installed right along there. What's happened now is that a majority of them are underwater, and they need to be relocated to the upper part of H-dock. In September, ESA did an inspection of that area, and that was identified by them. They need to change that, so like it or not, we have to change those. Those need to be relocated. Currently, there is no service to that H-dock, and we were shut off not long after that inspection. So it is anticipated that that entire work will be done in-house by our electrician.
So this is a situation where we have a $35,000 transfer in to cover $35,000 transfer. I'll ask the same question, but less than will be a tax levy. Will we feel this impact in terms of the loss of revenue from the Harbour with regard to the impact of the tax levy?
So the goal would be to keep the $35,000 level going forward, but last year's capital spending from Harbour was $18,000, so this does represent an increase for Harbour capital.
So we're really talking about the reduction in revenue from the Harbour to the tax levy in around $17,000.
Yeah, we saw that last night. There was a great reduction in the overall contribution from Harbour to tax levy. A few things driving that. This would be one of them.
Okay, thank you.
In 2013, we did the partnership with SCS Tech Class in developing the boardwalks through funding from Bruce Power. They have been extremely well received, not only by people with mobility limitations, but also with people with strollers, vans, and wanting to access the main beach. At the time, what the really was to get patrons over the grass area, and having conversations with the Beaches Association, it was certainly a desire of them to go back to have something in that vicinity as well. So we reacted at that one, and we'd like to proceed with doing some more along the main beach, and we'd certainly like to see one at the Port Elgin main beach as well as Jerry's Fries. We already have started conversations with groups who are interested in providing some donations towards this project, and the nice thing is when we originally put this in, we thought we wouldn't have to, we thought we'd have to pull it out in winter time. We thought to have for as long as we can. This one has to prevent roll back up, which is great when you've got winters that don't have tremendous amount of people who want to access your beach, so we can certainly promote it as a 12 seasons destinations.
In the interest of furthering the quest to define areas of the beach as destinations, I will refer to the Long Dock Beach, not Jerry's Fries. But at a Long Dock Beach, where would you see the rollout going? Because that is hot sand. You've got to get through this. So it's a great place to imagine someday.
It's been suggested that we do it north, well, really the sidewalks first, specifically after that. So north of the parking lot, of the main parking lot, Jerry's Fries.
So we go. Okay, so not through the dune area then.
Correct.
Okay,
it's too difficult to take through the dune area because of the corners in it, and if we can go straight from the sidewalk, we can have a direct route straight down. And for people with wheelchair, people accessing from a wheelchair or walker, it makes good sense to make it as direct as possible.
Okay, thanks. Long Dock Beach.
I think these are a great idea. I don't know if this is just a rumor, but I wondered if you had any experience with vandalism.
No,
I don't know where I heard that, but
this is the only one we have. We've never had any vandalism down there. Thank you. You know, if I just add on to that, I think the reason why we haven't is because everyone takes ownership of the waterfront, and everyone kind of polices it in their own way. So these are all visible areas. They're not in shaded dark areas, which makes us with black vandals too. So last night we heard of the implementation of the waterfront promise, and Jonathan presented his four-phase plan. What we are proposing is that council considers phase 1 for 2015, and that's a $1.4 million price tag on that. And what that includes, phase 1 was the improvement of the washroom facility, which I think we've all heard. We all are aware of the issues with the main washroom facility. The formula just doesn't make sense of the number of stalls and the signage of it compared to our usage of the main beach. Outdoor showers, water fountains, change rooms, enhanced sand parking to the south, extended promenade with lighting, and the potential rental and commercial activities tents to the south as well. What this doesn't indicate is potential for if there could be some funding opportunities. Certainly we want to have conversations here with council, you desire or not desire to receive something like this, and then talk to some potential funders, funding opportunities that makes us a good partner with this project.
Thank you, sir. I think these are great projects. With what we'll be looking at this year, I'm in favor of fixing the washroom facilities at all the locations, but preferring further construction and development until we have a better, clear idea what the community wants. I think we have to go in a little deeper discussion with them to see if this is exactly where we should be. Because we talked about the railroad there, is it not? If we put trees out along Harbor Street, I know you're going to have everybody on the other side of the road a little less because now you can't see the lake or the sunset. So that's my opinion. Sure.
I appreciate it because we're just that last night district planning, but somebody extended the consultation would be sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Matheson, and I'm not sure whether any of the part of the 1.4 million, sure I understood that day, whether any part of the 1.4 million is going to move forward in 2015. However, if there was a portion of that project to move forward, one of the comments constantly here, Skinnish of the Washington Bob Green Street. So if there was one project that we could cherry pick out of the 1.4, is that $500,000 project, which I'm not totally convinced we spend $500,000, but if there was a portion, if council decides that we're moving forward with any portion of water improvements, that would be the one that I would like to think I would want to consider. Not convinced it's 500,000, but if we could take a look at moving forward sooner with a washroom addition renovation, I'm sure it was this year or not. This one part of it I'd like to move forward with personally.
I was a member of the ad hoc water committee and believe very much in everything sort of unfolded. I would not be at all supportive of a $500,000 bathroom though. If we have $500,000 to spend on one bathroom, $500,000 we could provide upgrades to every single bathroom that we've got going, and the ones at the town hall in Southampton are in much worse shape than the one at the beach in Port Douglas. So I agree that the bathroom is probably the bit to attack first, but $500,000 for a bathroom, that's hard to sell and it doesn't work for me. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. I have the strong support of bringing this to this stage, and I think that there's a question we need to do more consultation in terms of completing the document. Council hasn't even seen the document, let alone approved it, so it would be premature to say that this is in its final form. But that said, there are opportunities out there for us to get fund partners in some of these projects, particularly the washroom project. I think would be a project where we could find funding partners. Also, put this on the table before we're going to receive $400,000 from the individual, and my view is that we should resolve to commit that water fund project. It's not all important, but it could be used if we part of the cost of a project like this. I think we should allocate some resources in 2015 towards improving this vital asset. It really is. It is not nice to do, although it may come across that way. It is vital to do because it's the center of the economy, and it is in bad need of updates and improvements. The washroom facility is safe repair, and not only not pleasant, it is also practically attractive as a property for tourists to visit the municipality in the summer months, which directly impacts the local economy directly. And the attractions of the rest of the year. I think washroom, I agree, washroom is of critical importance, central importance, because it is a thing that needs immediate addressing. The other things are very important too. These farm extension, these things is if we do well in this area, if we make it look good, if we make it function well, if we make a place where people want to take their families and spend time, that will be a huge boon in the entire community, and not an area where we should nitpick and pinch as much as it's necessary for us to ask all along. We ask the Lord for that how can we to be aggressive with us, to bring us visionary stuff, so we do visionary things and really advance the poverty to the end of it all. And I think we need to come through and I am supportive of working on that financing portion of this in 2015 as well as seeking funding partners if they're out there. And I think that there's the room to as Mike put it, I think the very big projects out here that are high priority, maybe higher priority than what's in the phase 1A list already. We still have to go through the end of consultation, so we don't know where that's going to wind up. But I would like to see us build dollars to making real investments in this area in 2015. And I think that would be money well spent. Thanks, Mayor.
My first question is, do we have assurance from the NWMO that we're getting $400,000 this year?
The letter indicates that as soon as we pass the motion, and there's about to give us some guidelines about how they want the reserve fund set up and what it can be used for, as soon as we pass that motion and forward it on money for comment.
Okay, great. The other part of it is that I would be in favor of some type of community consultation, a survey, to see how the total community would love to see that $400,000 spent.
Well, again, if we go back and we get to it, we're going to be on the hearers all there. We'll have a section which pass that motion and the term under which they recommended that we set up this reserve fund.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hundreds of people have sat around tables over the past 3 years to discuss this project. And to a person, these particular pieces, notwithstanding what to do with the train, the remaining pieces have percolated to the top over and over again. And Jane had in her budget several years ago about $50,000 to do an improvement on the existing washroom at the bottom of the Main Street area that I'm talking about here. And clearly, it gets spent very quickly in changing out fixtures and paint and lights and so forth. All I'd say is that I get the whole idea of taking pieces, and I'd like to see the whole project pushed out over 5 years, whatever, and shown on the budget sheets. So if we have to go back and have to ask, this is the first $1.4 million, should it be done this year, or should it be done this year, next year? Or the whole project was a lot more than $1.4 million. So what we need to do is decide, after we've got the report officially, is maybe start another committee that doesn't need necessarily go back to the public, decides, or its council decides that this will be done over these many years, or it won't be done. Not that it will be done 500,000 this year, and then we'll look at it again 5 years from now. Thank you.
I have, in trouble with difficulty. I mean, we'll be facing the same challenges next year, and it's fine to say that we're going to do that, but things are going to change again next year. We're back here. I just say that because it's going to come down to priorities here. We're starting to put these numbers at the end, and any luck operating, it's going to be priorities. I don't scream any of this, but it's always what do we need and what do we forward. It's nice to have and what do we have to have. And so, I don't think we should be picking one project right now and in and out because we're going to be able to midnight. But I think the best way is to go through this. This is what we're proposing. You're going to be happy with some number, and staff will back to us how do we get there. And I'm going to go here first.
Is there potential to in the middle of a year, if we haven't put something in the budget right now, if after we have opportunities for people to take look plan, come on plan, whatever, we can always come back 6 months in and do a budget amendment that picks up a project, correct?
You can budget for sure. It's because no two, then where's the money come from? Because if it has a deficit next year, you're starting then from a hole in 2016. And you're going to spend, I don't think any illusions. The challenges that we're facing here today are going to be a different year from now. In fact, we know that we're not download. We also know that the products could fall in the rest. And I think you're going to see, and it'll get on the slow around. And it's great, by the way, like, this is the new realities. And you're going to know where to balance that budget and make your own.
Thanks, Mayor. I know there's a few more projects to talk through, and I'm going to ask this question at the end of the day, so I'm around top and ask now, so then I'll ask again. So moving forward, and my question is, I've drafted a looks like around $600,000 in A priorities, $550,000 B priorities, so 1.15, and maybe 6 projects, maybe around 1.25. I miss $100,000 projects. If it didn't miss $100,000 project, because then we're getting into some C priorities. And moving forward, I want to be clear. We asked the today, but I want to be clear on moving forward. What's the next step? We had a discussion today, and I haven't seen it today when I not intended to pull projects out of A or B, or we talked about moving some projects from E down to D to E, to C to B to A. So taking all those comments you've heard from councillors, is it intent to move forward to come back with us now to calculate the listing of what you heard today, staff, and you're all sitting with A, B, and which one to see if we want to move over? I don't know what our next steps are.
In the past, Michael, we've gone through this, and I really appreciate all the discussion because I give staff an understanding about what each one of our priorities are here. So we're going to have to understand this is a learning experience for our staff too. They're making notes and decides I think makes a decision. What's the next step? Well, operate. And I think at the end, then we're going to have to face the reality for where we are with increases or decreases operating, and then we're going to have to make the choice. And in the past, we've gone and said, okay, who supports this project, who supports that project, to get to a reasonable number. Having said that, I think staff will give us some direction about where we're likely to make it somewhat easier for us to get to an acceptable value increase.
So, Mr. We will, at the next meeting after operations or during operations, we will at that point have a Kit Kat in terms of which is the A project we're staying A, which is staying B, which is C moving in to B, A.
Yeah, and then I think it's on stage or B or C because we're going to hear arguing for B, I can see. It'll come down to a sense for that, and that's what will happen. Almost it's happened in the past, Mike. Because people are going to make a decision about what projects stay in, what projects stay out. But what I'm trying to say is I don't think we've got all the information that fairly is you need to make that decision right today. There's some numbers.
What I really was that I've heard some projects say that were E's that I heard public council say that I can go down to a D or a C or maybe even an A. Because all that information, all my questions is that information is being captured so that the next list we see, some of the recommendations, suggestions we may say will show up in that list.
It's staff's intention to update the draft, give you a second draft that closes the gap a little bit in terms of where the target was for the tax levy contribution, taking into account what we've heard in terms of what council sees as a priority as compared to staff. Yes. So it will not be everything everybody's looking for in round 2, but it will be much tighter than what you've seen in round 1.
I just need from your back, I had the process clarified.
Thanks. There's no questions. I've got one more thing more from the break. Thanks, signage.
And listen, I had a signage, and this is an annual capital expense that we'd like to see continue. This particular sign I'll just use as an example is from Southampton Days, and it's not just directional sign that we're looking at, but we're looking at signs that tell us wherever waterfronts, something at beach areas, in order to enhance the signage. Obviously, we need some capital funding to continue this program.
I just want to throw a comment. That is an old Southampton sign. The word Southampton is on it. I know we went through a bit of a phase of it was all about Saugeen Shores at the expense of Southampton and Port Elgin, Saugeen Township. Recent exercises would give credence to the idea that will always be Port Elgin, Southampton, and Saugeen Shores for the foreseeable future. So I hope we don't get caught up as we continue to do some signage with having that Saugeen Shores thing be the center because it is Southampton, Port Elgin, and Saugeen Township. Because I would think if that particular sign gets replaced, I still like it to be a Southampton sign.
And it would be, I think, this particular sign, there's a number of them that reference the Southampton Parks and Rec Board. So, the sign there is information, but right now you can't read it because half of that is mock in the bottom portion of it. So there's just, the language is great, the information is valuable, it's just a matter of, yeah.
Because if I get through this, I don't think so. Take 10 minutes and start back to after. Okay, I think we'll start again. We're trying to. So next item on the agenda is the Coliseum. So Dave.
Hi, moving on it. I'm just my right-hand person. First, tried to help me out trying to met with Snow for the last supplement, so she's helped me out with the information I got for you today. The next one is the Colonel Club replacement. Currently, we have a 30, 50, 68 horsepower Coliseum, and they've been there since they've been there since 1977. We like replacement of those, and we replaced them with two 50 and 60. And we've had conversations with the Southampton Curling Club. Part of their agreement is that for capital upgrades such as this, they would contribute 30% towards the project. So their potential donation towards it would be $22,500.
You saw that black there, just as a point of reference. I don't know how long it took them last year, but that whole building was power washed completely. And what difference it's made? I hope it, doesn't come back quickly, but what change that made in the appearance of the building.
This is a continuation to a 2014 project at the Annex and Coliseum. Staff undertook work closely with a company called Excellence Canada. They're just finishing up the report right now. They did an assessment of this facility for accessibility purposes, from anything from combination parking to mobility. And what we'd like to do is continue with that project. It cost us about $5,000 in 2014. We'd like to continue and carry over the remaining funds to do a report for immediate costs. Give us a true sense of what it would cost to have that facility compliant and fully accessible for future planning purposes. Certainly well. So.
$40,000. Don't we know that it's about bathroom and an elevator? What are we spending $40,000 for?
We're looking at drawings as part of that to give us a good idea of budget allotment as well. We're not experts when it comes to having to taking an existing building and making it fully accessible, so we lean on their expertise to provide us that information and costing analysis. A replacement of a rooftop unit at the complex is certainly required, and that would source the roof recall. And there's two roof repairs at the Plex as well, and we recently had an audit done of our roof, and it exposed a couple of issues. One of them is indicated there for $16,000. There's some concerns with areas where some of the vents are open, fastened holes, and caulking is failing. So Garland Canada Inc. provides an audit of our rooftop, and the other one is obviously our flat roof, which is right there. It's in need of repair as well. We have a considerable amount of cooling that occurs there, and in the spring we even captured some leakage as well in that area of the lobby.
What is the age of the structure now, and is it still in pavement? The class. Are we?
It was built 1999.
Yeah. And is it all completely paid for? Okay.
All right. Cool. My batteries are dying. When I took you on the tour, we identified, we showed you the area of painting that we would like to see occur, and that's about a $20,000 job because that was in the gel painting done, could down no week. So we'd like to proceed with that. It certainly would. Sorry, not very well. It certainly would clean up some of those walls and some of these issues that we have happened. The other project is the replacement of the dryer on the HVAC system. And as part of the package that I've given you, I also included a report that I submitted to Council, an information report in September 2013 that identified three projects, I'll call them, that were required in order to keep the doors open at the pool. They weren't for set purposes, they weren't for conveniences for the users, they were simply to keep the pool operating. The first one was the pool shell and resurfacing that, and there's we certainly had some issues with water leakage as well with the pool, which we were able to fix during that process. So this year, as you saw when we were at the pool, we done the pool shell and coated gates, and we need to have the pass around the pool as well. The next phase that I presented last year, and what I'm presenting today is the second phase, and that's the replacement of that dry trunk she saw as well on the floor, and that is the original facility. If we replaced Walter Fay, and a report indicated that it should go onto the roof. So what we're looking at is consideration of it going on the roof, and also obviously some reinforcements have to occur in a new roof as part of that project. And the HVAC system as well is included in that independent HVAC system. We were there for maybe 15, 20 minutes. From a perspective of a staff person that's there 7, 8, sometimes 9 hours a day in some cases, it's a long time to be in that environment. It's not a work environment that any of us would want to be in on those long durations. So the HVAC system would certainly clear our change rooms, it would look at our offices, and it would look at the pool shell as well. Part of the package that I provided you was a report that I did to Council in 2012 as an information report. In fact, there you had an opportunity to read it, and identified multiple of options that were somewhat some of the outcomes from our 4 phases, our 4 reports for the pool itself.
Gina, I wondered if the HVAC and the dry plant were installed this year, if there was a new build or a renovation, could those units be used?
From what we've been told, it would be recommended to be reused. They have not. And the reason being is if you're trying to make it a seamless transition and may change your new build, it may not be conducive to a new build. What if the intention is to keep the building open while you're building a new one? There comes a time when you've got to close to transport those equipment to a new facility. The expert that we talked to said it doesn't make good sense to do that. And certainly can. It is doable by all means.
To follow up, could we sell them to anybody else? Could we use to somehow, claw back from the... Yes.
Possibly. HVAC would be default right on. You probably have more opportunity.
Deputy Mayor Sharp.
Thank you, sir. And I certainly appreciate the reasoning for why this is like pain tobacco in August, and it's not very nice. But I think I think it would be unpalatable. I think for a lot of reasons to spend $900,000 in there at this moment. Given that we might be, well, I desire for like dock at least unless I'm also looking at everything. I think it would behoove us to decide, in the short term, what it is we're going to do in the medium and long term on this with regard to this service, whatever it could be, and then move forward with expenditures following that line. So I think council needs to get this. We've had lots of stuff from Jane on this. She's sort of the state of the various reports that she's sent over the years on this subject. Council needs to just decide, I think, what's going to do with the service. for $900,000, and that means because we have staff who are talking to their patrons, and I can say patron, my children patron anyway, that is it's sticky and not very heightened because that expects us because of that, we need to move pretty quickly on doing that. So, I'd like to make other comments on that tomorrow, but I guess that's basically around $900,000. Thanks.
Yeah, I think we need to talk about there's one kind of factor that this thing is very, very old and could fail, and we're faced with this kind of a much different kind of if it failed next week, we're faced with a very different kind of decision than what we're conveying, and I just have to because it is a possibility.
Town Hall. In 2011, we had a report, which was an audit, the Southampton Town Hall, a very thorough audit. If you have an opportunity to read it, I can certainly give you a copy. There's a copy on our website as well. From that report, we have completed a number of projects, minimal electrical and plumbing projects as well. So, if you all remember seeing that project transpire in front of our eyes. The next phase, the next project we'd like to do as part of this is to continue with the exterior aesthetics of this building. I presented last year the light, and it was deferred. And I come back to you again talking about the exterior and some requirements that we'd like to have done. These steps were not done as part of the initial project for the clock tower, but it's to show that they are in a condition of certain deteriorating over years of use, salt and sand. Some minimal work for landscaping, very attempts to protocol, and I would say would actually touch the turn goal, and this is obviously in the goal day though, but she certainly has gardened around the town hall looking extremely nice throughout the year. This is a water fountain, and you can see on the bottom paint where there are training hazards, and the lighting, like or not, lighting have to come out installed this spring. It is not grounded. It identifies a safety issue. Whether or not they replace the lights are going to have to come out. So we are presenting today that we started to do, or we continue to do, some of the exterior renovations that we started 2 years ago.
Thank you. I'm very happy to see this on the agenda. I do believe, though, that there is, it's just a start. I should keep about it as just a start. I also think that there's a group in Southampton that has some money sitting there, which is earmarked for the town hall, and there's also some interest in addressing issues with the library that I can completely understand fixing the steps and doing some moving the lights and doing some minimal landscape, but I would like to think that this will be the year that we pull together the resources and we imagine this cultural corner in Southampton getting the attention that it needs. And, when I brought up the subject of not being in favor of $500,000, $500,000 bathroom, and I mentioned the bathrooms at the town hall. The bathrooms at the town hall public bathrooms are awful. And, so this is just the start, but I would like to see us go ahead with something, but with the added element that we draw together those people and the players and imagine it's going to really be possible, because we have studies about use of the building, that kind of thing, and Tor Dickman did another drawing too, so it's much more than just this, but this is a good start. Thanks.
Rich?
Now, this is stuff that when we looked at the 7th Street plan last time, we see covered underneath of that. I remember there was one picture that had underlay walls, like decaying in that area, and stuff. It's not part of that at all.
No, the pictures that we all saw last night were on the street side. I'm looking more at some of the landscaping between the art school and the town hall.
However, this can be akin to the vibe and feel and the whole thing that the stairs are in desperate need of something. We finally last year to address some issues with there at the Port Elgin Library. These ones are in mature shape.
This is my final one. The chamber has done tremendous job in improving the facade of their building, and unlimited budget I also take notion. But it has been identified for a number of years now. The door itself it certainly needs to be relocated on the facade. This is a recent picture, and it was recently completed, but can't be relocated if the doors are completed. The building is not accessible. The door is not accessible for people to get into. Many times that door, believe it or not, was blown off its hinges because of the location of it. And staff like to investigate the notion of whether officers are out there that will relocate the door every time the doors open and everything on all of their papers or flags or brochures, day blowing on the floor. It is conducive. And from our first impressions, from people new in our community, when they come to get more information, this is more or less the first building to come in doing stars, and just needs a little bit more tweaking to finish off the project and make it a real gem. And like I said, they've done already. It's extremely impressive. The signage, the colors, it's certainly keeping involved with our environment facade program, so we like to finish off by cleaning the door.
Mr. Mayor, I took off you again on the sea transport today, and I congratulated on the sign site when we were being up there, driving along with it. And it's just so visible. They've done a wonderful job. It's their new color scheme. And I think Chamber UC commend fabulous job. Thank you, sir. Fabulous job that changed with the signage. And I've sent it many times over the years, and I agree with that today. And if we make it work this year, I wouldn't call it perfect, but we can make that work this year with implementing that change. It'd be a very positive change if the Chamber wind blows there. We'll do that pretty good. So just to see that fix for sure. So congratulations, Glenn.
I would be remiss if I didn't say out loud. I would really like to. I don't disagree that the door perhaps needs some attention and wind catches it. So in town hall, it's the door leading to the stairs when there's bingo and that door is open and blown open and closed all the time too. I would really appreciate it if we could have given to us a number of amount of money we've spent in this building over the last number of years. I distinctly remember for the last number of years I've made a comment. How much more money we be asked for to finish off the building. And I don't disagree that the door needs some effort, but certainly we have done so many upgrades in this building that why have we not realized total improvement yet? And again, I did look back because I really didn't want to know, but certainly I've spent an awful lot of money on one particular building over the last couple of years since it's been on council. Thank you.
Based on overall, we're going to compare them there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I would like a little bit on that note. I do feel that a few years ago it was presented by Joanne for a new building and a move, and she was instructed to do what she could with what she had. And I think that's an amazing effort of thought and application, and I think when numbers come in, we'll see there's a good value. Thank you.
Person doesn't move my people down there and change the staff around, but that's fine. That's it? Yeah, thanks, Chief. Oh. Bert, review then.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We only have 2 items this year. The first item is the zoning bylaw update. It's a new official plan, and the bylaw needs to be updated with a recent contract plan for bylaw period. We're asking for about $15,000 to start. And that's to be carried forward with 5 being for public charges. The expectation is that we're diligently just go and budget on this. We're hoping to do in-house, not with the county, not to facilitate contract. The second item is development charge city. For every 5 years we have to update our development charges. We're going to both the engineering jail services, combined share, and look forward to savings on that as well as doing it separate. This is a total cost of 45. It's comes from development charges. This bylaw allows us to charge development charges, so it's something that we have to have done. And we go out by August. And the final item is a very small item. The value, the numbers of our item, and make it start, which is updating the TIP we do every 5 years. We put a small amount, $500, to cover our, this is the total cost. And we put it here. We plan to do it in-house, and we plan to use the TIP we just finished as a bylaw to put that going. And that is it.
That's the way you present them, Bert.
Thank you. I know you have more plans for the night, but I wanted to hit the nail on the head first, sir.
Can you give us background on the timeline on the development charges in the past 5 years? This is another 5-year review. In the past 5 years, they were recommended, they were changed, there was appeals, so the family were implemented in 2014 or 2013.
It is somewhat complex. We passed a comprehensive bylaw in 2000. Years correct. 11? Yeah. So it's a 5-year term from 2011. Subsequent to that, we updated the hard services and we updated the soft services. So we're still dealing with a field on our last bylaw, which is the soft service bylaw. And it's regrettable, in fact, it was spending legal dollars to defend a bylaw and we're going to start to do it again.
So that would be my point, I guess, is we haven't received conclusion for the last development charges proposal because it's not, the process is not over. Why would we mandate to start this process again unless the body and bill is over?
Because time is taking on it goes to bring them together so they don't have them leaking.
You need to look at it, it's prescribed that you redo them, re-examine them every 5 years. So often there's a lapse, so that this lapse and you lose the ability to levy development charges.
Thank you, Mr. One, I think one, I think the right thing to do is direct that because otherwise, boys, we're constantly updating development charges because general service would come up and then the capital and the engineering service would come up and go. So I mean, put them together. So I make the point that too that the CIP, the CIP is a critical project. Needs to be done anyway. But at this moment, we're looking at CIP is not have all this prejudice on CIP, and in order for us to be able to have the options for some of the granting, tax financing, all these different options, and also some of the different programming, like environmental grants, these things, all the options that we could have, and we cannot get most of the projects at this moment, so we need to get that completed and as soon as possible so we can legally hold it out legally between the two urban centers. Thank you, Mr.
Mayor. Any other questions for Art? No? So if we're going to, I guess the next step is on public requests and the listing there and Monday, and I think we are done is a bunch more. If you want to make it say here, if you have any particular projects that you think you would like added, for all those consideration.
Sure, it's after earlier, but it's Niagara Road is one that you probably covered. So I'd like to consider to be added to 5-year forecast.
Okay. Yes. This one, Jim.
So listen, you don't have to come somewhere now. If I can put that $17 million that line in the
future. Yeah, unless we start putting Derek.
I think Ted mentioned, but I do believe it's time that we do whatever we need to do to really vision the town hall library corner or something. And also along with that is improvements of those bathrooms. And the other thing that I would add to the list perhaps is we've come along the half of Fairy Lake, but we're not finished at Fairy Lake yet. And so it would be good to have a little something more in there just to continue the flow.
Something that was on my mind from the first day that I put my hat in the ring was the hospital, and I wasn't clear whether or not it would ever come back to us to get that project completed to put money in taxation. That be capital, that be operating, that came back to us.
There is an ongoing capital contribution towards our capital in our current operating budget. We are currently giving $40,000 a year, and our total commitment is $200,000. I believe we still have 2 more years on that commitment. And since that's an ongoing source of stable in funding, it generally goes in the operating budget.
Specifically to the ER expansion.
Yes, the project, the one project that we're on, and the regional one also, which is Santa Clara, and part of that. But $100,000 was part of the bigger fundraising campaign, and if they can make us back and see can't reach the goal, thanks to BS, well, we will be part of that. Or not. Hopefully, they have been very successful.
Can we wait on this, Mayor? The expected end of fundraising in the ground?
I think they said this. Anyway, Probably start to sure who's with their district bill. It's going to be moved up like a big but there may be some outstanding funding efforts as they go forward. Maybe, and I think the worst case scenario has been very, very successful. Hooker's very successful in my second meter part. And how they have it, they don't. I guess we will have to make a decision whether going to just or I don't know, go back into the rest perhaps. I might as well make that.
Okay, well, but we have contingency reserve that if eventuality complete.
Yeah, but we have one to the last one.
Thank you.
I know I talked about this before. I would like to, at least on record, that I'd like us to have further discussion and investigation of the Island 3 terrain area, R3 Tune area. So, get at that list. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I see that the River Road has been on the list for a couple of years, and I'd be remiss to the people who live on the River Road or in the vicinity of the River Road or travel the River Road that not be once again given its due consideration. It's one of the roads that has probably the highest investment in houses and properties on it. In fact, there's a 800,000 or 800,000 square foot building going flat road there, 600,000. There's a huge housing built on that road. So if it was be there's nothing tied. I'm sure the Taj Mahal is going on the road, but close to it. And I think it's waterfront property, and if it was to be a good road, it would encourage more development in that road.
Okay. That's it. It's easy things okay. Yeah. The next meeting then is scheduled for Tuesday, January 13th, 9 a.m. We'll do the operating budget, and I think after that, I'll have some idea about what we're else, and I think we'll probably should get out of what we're going to go down and pick projects. I'll have trouble. No, I think we would tell property. You know, I think grab there because it's like it's premature. Thank you. Very good then. If there's no other questions, we're not here for this. Okay, we have a big discussion and stuff. Appreciate that. Appreciate taking me member of council, what our priorities are, what we're tasked with trying to bring it all together. And I thank staff for what we're working with, and everyone's really sitting here for 7 hours. So, I'm sure they're done. All fair. We're adjourned.